Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County. At this time, is there any public comment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Item 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4.
Any public comment on that issue? Madam Clerk.
Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Any public comment on that issue? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Item 3, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, personnel matter, conference with labor negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations.
Public comment on that issue? Seeing none, this time will we refer to closed session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County for December 5th. At this time, I'm going to ask everybody to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Mills, would you direct us, please?
Let us begin. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Madam Clerk.
Report of closed session. Item 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. There was no reportable action taken. Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. Approve final settlement agreement, waiver, and mutual release of all claims between the county and Richard T. Stevens and Donna S. Stevens, acting as trustees of the Richard and Donna Stevens Family Trust, and Lawrence Mushasha and Christine Mushasha, and directed staff to bring the necessary grazing lease and public benefit finding resolution forward at the next Board of Supervisors meeting. The board will continue closed session on item number 3 during the lunch break.
Thank you. At this time, is there any announcements by the Board of Supervisors or staff? Good morning, Ms. Sullivan. How are you?
Good morning. Barbara Sullivan, County Treasurer, Tax Collector. I just want to mention that the property taxes are due for the first installment over the weekend, but it will be due on Monday, the 11th, so everybody has till that date to get it in here. So I just want to make that announcement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further announcements by staff or by the Board of Supervisors? I have an announcement. Last week we attended the conference for CSAC, California State Association of Counties, and that was a 4-day convention, many workshops. But one of the most important things that happened were the recognition of 2 of our staff, that being our board clerk, Diane Severut, was nominated and elected to treasurer of the California Board of Clerks. I didn't know what the acronym was. And also I'd like to recognize our CAO, Tim Lutz, upon completion of being a fellow, a member of a very unique organization of CSAC. Congratulations, folks. You're a good fellow, yes. With that, I believe Supervisor Mills, we have a recognition and acknowledgement. Oh, I'm sorry, Board Clerk.
Item 4 is from the Health and Human Services Agency to adopt a proclamation honoring Sydney Press for over 35 years of service to the residents of Calaveras County in the Health and Human Services Agency and congratulating her on her retirement.
Allow me to read the proclamation. It says, this is a proclamation recognizing Sydney Press' 35 years of service as part of the Health and Human Services Agency and congratulating her on her retirement. Whereas Ms. Press began her career at the Health and Human Services Agency on September 7th, 1982.
I was 12.
Okay. And whereas Ms. Press served as an Eligibility Worker 1, Eligibility Worker 2, Eligibility Worker 3, Staff Services Analyst, and Eligibility Supervisor at the Health and Human Services Agency, and whereas Ms. Press has selflessly dedicated her career in service to the residents of Calaveras County, and whereas Ms. Press has served as a mentor and a leader in the Health and Human Services Agency, providing guidance and expertise through the years with a kind smile and a friendly attitude. You still have it, right? And whereas, when not at work, Ms. Press enjoys being outdoors, competitive bicycling, and hiking. And now, I would like to ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any public comment? Hello.
I'm Robin Carter. I'm the program manager of eligibility at Calaveras Health and Human Services. I've had the honor to work with Sydney for 26 years. I was 11 when I started. And I have a plaque here for her, a certificate of appreciation for 35 years of outstanding service and dedication with Calaveras Health and Human Services Agency. Congratulations, Sydney. You're welcome.
Excellent.
Would briefly just like to say it has been an absolute honor to
Ma'am,
serve
can
the
I have you talk to the microphone for our folks over in the
It has
cameras?
been an honor to work for the county. It has been an honor to work for the people I have worked for. There have never been more dedicated individuals, and it has been an honor to serve the individuals that we have served. It has been a real learning experience that not everybody starts out the same way, and the amount of courage that individuals show is an amazing thing to witness. And as I said, the individuals that work there and the amount of courage that they show, sometimes with overwhelming odds, it seems, against them, they're an amazing bunch of people. And that's why I've been able to manage here for as many years as I have. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hang on, we're not done.
We're not done. We have more for you. Kirsten?
Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services. Sydney is a tremendous example of what a leader is in this agency and in this county. She is so dedicated. She has trained and mentored so many people at Health and Human Services Agency, and she's just such a wonderful light, and we're really going to miss her. But we're still going to get to see her for lunches and things like that. She just doesn't have to get up every day. But Sydney, it's been such a pleasure getting to know you. I adore you, so thanks.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor and second. Public comment? Further public comment? You're not getting away yet. We'll call for the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0 unanimous.
It says, now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras, this 5th day of December, 2017, do hereby honor and recognize Sydney Prest for her years of service and express their appreciation to Ms. Prest for her loyalty and leadership to the County of Calaveras, and wish her much happiness as she begins her new chapter in her life, passed and adopted by this Board of Supervisors, the County of Calaveras, State of California, this 5th day of December, 2017.
Okay, good deal.
Okay, one more.
Excellent. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'd like to remind everybody of this chamber and the respect it deserves, not only to the speakers, but to the board and staff. And I want to congratulate the folks for performing well during our last few meetings, and I hope that'll continue.
Good morning.
Mr. Stroughton, how are you?
I am doing fantastic this morning. Here, the first of two meetings I have today. I have the Oakland City Council at 1 p.m. They're hearing a tenant displacement ordinance, and even though that would seem to be counterintuitive to what I do, rising tide floats all boats, and I just have to make sure everybody's vessel is seaworthy. Good morning. Good morning, Gary Tofanelli. Gary, I've known you a long time, and I appreciate you and what you do. You do a fantastic job. I have no qualms with what you do, and if I do, I'll handle them personally with you. Whenever anybody attacks a board member, whether it's Mike, Jack, Dennis, Clyde, I'm personally offended at times because the people of Calaveras County elected you to represent them. And when they attack you, they're attacking themselves and their neighbors. And I just want to tell you that this is a time of mandatory kindness. So I'm here to say thank you. And I brought some little gifts to get you through the meeting today. If Robin would help me today, since she's in training. This one with the envelope is for Gary, and it's not money. I should say that Mike Calaveras has been doing a fantastic job. People give him a little bit of trouble because of the bridge up there, but on a non-collector, on a non-major thoroughfare, that is a record time for getting a bridge in. So you did a good job in pushing that forward.
Thank you.
New board members. Sure. Oh, we're going to have one extra? Why don't we, will he be here later? Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Supervisor Clapp will be here.
Okay.
He's late.
You know, Dennis and Clyde, they get a lot of heat. And if you remember, I don't have too much time. They only give me 3 minutes here. Maybe when Jack is board chair, he can work on a little more time for me, since I'm in his district, right? Yeah. You know, these two take a lot of heat, and they really don't deserve it. I'm reminded of St. Dennis, who, when doing his preaching, the crowd got up and cut off his head, so he picked up his own head and continued preaching.
Thank you, Carl.
There we go. This is for,
Next speaker. Bonnie, good morning.
Good morning, Board. Today I'm going to speak on the topic of sexual misconduct. For weeks I turn on the news and it's just saturated with reports and allegations, and it's coming out of the woodwork. And so I thought I'd share one of my Me Too stories. It happened right here on this campus. It was over in the bathroom at the admin building. 1981, I was hired as a janitor, and we were teamed up, and one night, you know, it wasn't blatant, it wasn't overt, but it wasn't a mistake. And I was traumatized. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to come to work anymore. I needed the money. So I went whining over to the sheriff's department where I knew somebody. I had a friend over there, shared it, and they went and told my supervisors, who I couldn't talk to because they were a couple of men. And they handled it. They called me in and let me know that as a worker on the women's crisis line, they were really disappointed that I couldn't handle it myself, and what kind of an example was I going to be setting for other women. But they did something for me. We didn't work as teams anymore, and I worked alone. And I thought, well, hell, I should have handled it. So I've got a plan. 35 years later, it's called my 1, 2, 3 step to handle someone messing with my rear end. Okay, it's called elbow, knee, foot. And it goes to the nose, the groin, and the face. And it's something every woman should practice because it's going to take you by surprise and you have to have a spontaneous reaction. The elbow to the nose, you're not breaking their nose, you're trying to drive a shaft of bone into their skull to kill them. The knee to the groin, it's not to double them over and make them hurt, it's to emasculate them for the rest of their lives. Guarantee the woman won't be able to do much of those things to extent, but maybe if the guy's going down, if you've got a good sturdy pair of shoes on, you smash them in the face and you break their jaw or bust their eyeballs or something. But if you are able to contact on any level, I bet you the next time a guy wants to grab a woman's butt, they'll think twice about it. So I'm recommending everybody practice that technique. It may come in handy. Thankfully, I've never had to use it again, but I got my own self of myself, and I don't think anybody wants to grab my 70-year-old butt anymore, so I'm not going to worry about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bonnie. Any other speakers? Public comment?
Good morning, Chair and board members. George Fry. I'm currently the chair of the In-Home Supportive Services, and I'd like for the board to, when they make their assignments next month, right now our In-Home Supportive Services Committee does not have, with all the rules and what have you, a person on the board that is assigned to the In-Home Supportive Services, like so many other boards and commissions that you make appointments to and have board members serve on. So I would like you to consider that when you meet next month to make assignments, board assignments for the In-Home Supportive Services. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fry. Any further speakers for public comment?
Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. Yesterday afternoon, starting around 2:30 p.m., the wind went up county-wide and started blowing down trees, so I wanted to give board a quick report. In the Arnold District, 7 trees, they were tree mortality trees, went down. 4 of them hit power lines. The Glencoe District, 17 trees went down, also tree mortality trees with 2 into the power lines. 1 started a small fire, which was immediately put out. And then in the San Andreas district, 3 trees went down. 2 of them were tops being blown out of burned trees on private property that were not part of the tree removal program, and 1 was a tree that blew over that was a normal kill tree. So a total of 27 trees went down. 1 was a normal death, 2 were burned tops, and 24 were tree mortality trees. Any questions? Thank you.
Mr. Krovitz, I'm going to go out of procedure here, and I want to personally recognize the road department for getting the Arnold trees at least passable to traffic and maintaining safety. They did a great job. 1 tree came down, took out the power lines on Blagan Road, and actually contacted the fire department's house. But you guys did a great job.
Thank you very much. I'll pass
you.
that along.
I appreciate it.
Any other comments? Thank you.
Any further comments for public comment?
Morning.
Hi.
I went to the Planning Commission meeting, and they had the pages numbered, but they skipped over sections, and then they went back to sections. It was very difficult to follow, and maybe not for some people, but for me. And so I wanted to say that, and I still feel that we should kick marijuana out of Calaveras County completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Board. Lately, I've been trying to keep up with what's going on. I found I have to write everything down. It's almost like a program or a menu. And it has to do with where the marijuana issue is going, if it's going anywhere. And so I have a little list of things that you might want to consider. Maybe it's snuck by you because they seem to be happening all the time. In January, of course, the board came up with a draft ordinance that they approved and wanted to recommend to get it going. In September, it was at the Planning Commission, it was discussed and endorsed along with another one, and they added the Laddish 1.0 plan, which was Commissioner Laddish's plan. After that, the Board of Supervisors got it back, ignored both items that were referred back from the Planning Commission. That's number 3. We have 6 proposals going, or perceived proposals, or potential proposals. Then the Board of Supervisors, we had instead of considering what came from the PC, we had Supervisor Tofanelli reveal his list of demands for his plan, the Tofanelli plan. It went back out again, and then we ended up with what I call the Rainbow Tofanelli plan. That's the one that was printed in 4 colors with everyone chiming in on it. Don't know where that's at right now. That went to the Planning Commission, and then we had Commissioner Laddish introduce Laddish 2.0. And I might add this, Commissioner Laddish introduced these with no prior notice to the public. They were opened up in the meeting, and the chairman of the Planning Commission allowed it. Maybe they're allowed to do that. I don't know, but it's certainly an insult to the public to have to consider complicated matters like that with no prior information about it. And finally, number 6, the alternative that we're all waiting. Number 5, supposedly the attorney for the marijuana people introduced an ordinance for consideration at the end of the Planning Commission meeting. That was number 5. Number 6, of course, is the one that we're all looking forward to, and that's Prop 64. That is an alternative. Should you decide to do nothing, that's what will happen. We're a little bit concerned that when the chairman says, we have to take our time and do it right, that those may be mutually exclusive options. We're concerned about what's going to happen at the end of the year and the slow pace of this moving forward, and we hope it gets resolved soon. So we look forward, I hear maybe December 19th, but who knows. But I hope it comes forward and we get this thing taken care of for good, and you choose one of the 6 plans. Thank you.
Thank you. further public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Is there any member of the public present that wishes any item from the consent agenda pulled for discussion? Bonnie, what number, please? Number 5. Any other items from the public? Mr. Fry?
Number 6 and 7.
6 and 7. Any further from public? Any from the Board of Supervisors or staff? Supervisor Mills?
I was, but I've had my questions answered by staff. Thank you very much, so I have none to pull.
Any further requests to pull? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept the balance of the consent agenda. Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. Any public discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 4-0, one absent. I have to make that correction, Madam Clerk, from the previous proclamation vote. Ladies and gentlemen, Supervisor Clapp, once again, has made arrangements. We will be arriving late, but he will be attending the meeting. Okay, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Item 5 is from the Human Services Department to authorize the Auditor Controller to release by warrant to the Resource Connection of Amador and Calaveras Counties Incorporated, Presley Funds and Domestic Violence Education and Training Fund probation court collections collected July 1, 2016 through June 30th, 2017, supporting the domestic violence shelter-based program in Calaveras County in the amount of $8,281.05.
Okay, Bonnie?
Good morning again. I did not have a question, but I just wanted to make a statement about this item. For folks that aren't aware, the Presley Funds is an attachment to marriage license fees. When you get a marriage license, a lot of that money goes to different areas, and $23 of each marriage license goes into a fund that is held for the women's the Resource Connection. I just wanted to let you know the first time the Presley Fund was in effect was in 1980, and we collected, it was 13 marriage licenses at $7 each. Now they're collecting 360 marriage licenses each year. And my thought is, and has always been, besides attaching a fee for domestic violence to marriage licenses, how many divorces are filed each year in Calaveras County? And that may perhaps be a bigger revenue for the program that provides assistance for domestic violence victims. Anyway, that's just something I wanted to shoot my mouth off about, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Bonnie. Any comments by the board or staff? Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. No public discussion? I'll call for the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 4-0, one absent. Madam Clerk.
Item 6 is from Health and Human Services Agency. Authorize the board chair to sign a certificate of compliance for the subvention program with the California Department of Veterans Affairs for fiscal year 2017 and 18.
Mr. Fry.
Good morning again.
Morning,
Mr.
George.
Chairman and board members. I'm more interested, I'm always interested in Veterans Affairs things. I have been for, I don't know, over 20 years, having been a veteran, still a veteran. And I would just like for some clarification on both items 6 and 7. Thank you.
Let's deal with item 5 first. Oh, I'm sorry. Item 6. I'm getting old. Kirsten, you can address this.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services. The California Department of Veteran Affairs requires the annual filing of the Certificate of Compliance for the Subvention Program. It provides funding to counties to reimburse a portion of the costs associated with the Veteran Services Office. And basically what it is we do workload units of providing services. We get some reimbursement back. And it's part of our budget that's built into the Veteran Services Office. And that's just...
Excellent. Any questions of Mr. Fry or our Director of Health and Human Services, Kristen, by staff or by board? Supervisor Toffenelli, your light's on.
I was going to move this item.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
I move this item.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli, second by Supervisor Garamendi. No further public comment. Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 4-0, one absent. Let's talk, Mr. Fry.
Item 7
I'm sorry.
is from the Health and Human Services Agency to authorize the board chair to sign a certificate of compliance for the Medi-Cal Cost Avoidance Program with the California Department of Veterans Affairs for fiscal year 2017 and 18.
My question has to do with what is the Medi-Cal Cost Avoidance Program and how it relates to Veterans Affairs.
Okay. Ms. Kirsch.
Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services. The Medi-Cal Cost Avoidance Program is one component of the County Veteran Services Office. It helps veterans benefits, the program helps establish veterans benefits for Medi-Cal eligible veteran dependents in health facilities and reviews probable veteran benefit eligibility of individuals eligible for Medi-Cal who reside in skilled nursing facilities and have not been evaluated for such eligibility. This is a close connection between our eligibility services and our veteran services offices and ensuring that our county veterans have the ability to have access to all of the benefits and programs that they are eligible for. So it's a tight connection that exists within Health and Human Services.
Thank you. Okay. Any public comment or any questions by staff or by the board? No further public comment? I'll bring it back and entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. No further public comment. Call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 4-0, one absent.
Regular agenda. Item 16 is from the Administrative Office to ratify County Administrative Officer signature for receipt of Calaveras Community Foundation grant funds in the amount of $10,000 and acknowledge the Calaveras Community Foundation for their generous contribution towards the betterment of the Calaveras County Government Center grounds.
CEO Lutz.
I'm pleased to be able to bring this item to the board and acknowledge the generous contribution of the Calaveras Community Foundation. Brent Harrington from the foundation is in the audience today. Should the board have questions or if he wanted to make some comments. I'm also going to ask Patrick Martin to come up. What we did some time back, this opportunity was offered to the county. We didn't take them up on it at that point. As we have worked to ramp up the facilities and maintenance department within the county, we decided that we wanted to try and revitalize this effort, which is about beautification on county campus. So the contribution will allow us to provide landscaping, irrigation, and really start to, in addition to the paint and repairs that are being made, to create a much more beautiful place for our county visitors and employees to enjoy, particularly in those summer months. If Patrick wants to come up and provide just a brief summary of what you had planned, what we submitted for the application, that would be great.
Good morning, Board.
Hello, Pat. How are you?
Nobody is more excited about this than I am. On August 1st, we started Operation Beautification, which was really just trying to clean up the campus and make it a more pleasant place. So to date, we have cut, trimmed, and removed over 600 yards of overgrowth. That is just phase one, which is the cleanup. The Calaveras Community Foundation's grant is going to allow me to move into phase two, which is plants, irrigation, and really doing something with a beautiful campus that needs a little bit of help. So I've got a great staff. We're very new, energetic, and I have not had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Harrington, but I want to thank him very much for his contribution, and it will go to great, great use. Part of Operation Beautification, I'm going to leave you with a little intrigue. In the upcoming month, I'm putting together a presentation for what I am calling Project X. Very secretive, but a lot of components. The purpose really for it is to bring some pride, history, honor, and beauty back to the campus. So in the first of the year, look forward to a little bit more information on Project X, and thank you to the foundation for their generous grant.
Thank you, Pat.
In
You and your
addition
crew are
to,
doing a great job.
Thank you.
in addition to groundskeeper, I think we need to appoint Patrick as marketing genius as well to get intrigue and mystery for us.
Excellent.
Thank you.
See, did you say Mr. is Brett here?
Mr. Harrington.
Would you, there you go. I was going to make sure you got recognized, Brett.
Well, Carl recognized me and gave me some candy on the Just a few comments. A couple of years ago, I was at some type of meeting, and a woman in Angels Camp, a realtor, came up to me and read me the riot act for how bad the government center looked and how it was first appearance for many people and first impression or whatever. And then I reminded her I didn't work for the county anymore, which kind of got an O. But it caused us to go back as a board, the foundation board, and talk a little bit about it. And I came here in 1977 as an entry-level planner. This place looked like a park, and the landscaping was beautiful, and I'd like to think during the years I was CIO, we kept it in pretty good shape. But our board, after not getting much of a positive response a couple years ago, Tim and I talked. I threw it out as an offer. He came back with a good project. So my board took maybe all of 6 or 7 seconds to vote on it at our meeting a couple months ago to do it. Pretty simple agreement. We give you the money up front. Expect you to get it done within a year. And then give us a report back and tell us what you did. So we think it's a good project, and it's kind of a symbolic of we're getting a little more into initiating projects rather than responding to projects as a foundation. I would like to divert just for a second, like while I'm up here. I want to let you know about our involvement with the follow-up to the Butte fire. Immediately after the fire started, we created a disaster relief fund. Got somewhere close to $600,000 out of it. Literally this last week, I deposited a couple more checks. The money still comes in randomly and occasionally. And we've now given away just past $500,000 in the form of 20 grants to maybe 15 different groups who provided direct service. The last one, which I think is in some ways the most interesting, is we're giving just short of $50,000 to the Central Calaveras Fire and Rescue District. They've come up with a project to basically pick up those trees that have been downed and stored on people's property, take them to 2 locations that they've secured, and they will be cut up and given away as firewood. We're not sure how well that's going to work. We had some questions. We're not giving them as much as they originally asked. But the understanding is if they are successful with it, we'll come back and maybe do a little bit more. So hope you like the grant, and I don't miss working here. Thank you.
Mr. Harrington, I think the board shares with me that your organization is far and above recovery efforts for the Butte Fire. I was one of the people that went through that situation as a supervisor, and the Calaveras Foundation has done outstanding projects to make this thing better for our people that suffered the loss. So I think the board shares with me in thanking you and your foundation.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Hang on. I have a question, too.
I'm sorry. Supervisor Mills has a question.
I have a question on financing. You state here that funds requires a budget transfer as attached.
Yes, and did the budget transfer not get attached?
Didn't get attached, sir.
I don't think any of us caught it.
If you could simply give me the account number and the budget, that would be helpful. What I do is I take the approved budget for the year, and as you're making these changes in my book, I'm making the changes in the book. So I'm kind of keeping track of what you're doing. So if there's account numbers that are missing, of course, I don't know what account to put it into.
Yes.
Right.
I will make sure that gets processed.
Yeah, just throw me an email on it, if nothing else.
Okay.
Thank you.
That answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Any further public comment? I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. Any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 4-0, 1 absent.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Item 17 is from the Administrative Office to receive an update on asbestos and lead abatement of Old Jail and Sheriff's Office.
Is there...
Yes, you guys are
City
going to get tired
Ola,
of
all
hearing
your
from
for
me
it.
today. And unfortunately, my assistant's up in Sacramento at a training today, so
Okay.
you got me for all of them. I wanted to bring this item back. Really, we had originally hoped to do this as an action item per a meeting that we had had with a couple supervisors, the space planning consultant, and asbestos remediation consultant, but when we realized that price tag, we knew we were going to have to do a bid, which would slow down the process a little bit. So what I wanted to do at least is bring this back as an update to the board. I know there's a lot of concern and question on the old jail, what to do with the old jail. And you ask 10 people and you probably get half of them that are going to say tear it down and the other half that say rehabilitate it. We know right now that there is asbestos in the jail. We had the consultant report come out in July to basically do testing on all surfaces and identify where the asbestos is. We also know in order to proceed one way or the other, we have to move forward with the abatement of the jail. So what we're going to be doing then, and we're finishing the specs now and it should be released in the coming week, is issue a bid for the asbestos abatement activities. The cost estimate from the consultants has been about $89,000 to do that abatement. Quite honestly, that surprised us, but at this point we wanted, this is going to be the next step regardless. In order to then do the remediation, we're going to have to be opening up walls, identify what other structural challenges there might be within the jail, and trying to decide, do we tear it down, try and build something new or instead put that money into rehabilitating it. So what I wanted to do is bring this back as a report to the board, knowing that that bid's going to be going out, knowing that I wanted to loop back on our space planning effort. We're finalizing the space plan itself. I'm going to be talking to department heads next week about kind of the initial recommendations, try and get some feedback to then bring back to the board at the first meeting in January of here's the overall plan that we're recommending and some options for the board to consider with that. And again, with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Mills?
Well, on the jail itself, as you know, it's an addition to an addition to an addition. I mean, it's multiple. Has there been any discussion, I know you and I and Supervisor Tofinelli have been in some discussion on this, is there any discussion about maybe a core component to that building being salvageable and just demoing out all of the additional pieces to give it one complete conceptual look, and then have an architectural firm come in and look and try to make it structurally look the same as our existing buildings on campus?
Absolutely. I think when you look at over the years, I think there were 2 expansion efforts, maybe 3. Certainly the second story area, we added some rec yards, and some of those, when the original jail was built, it was built to the 60s civil service standards. I mean, that thing will probably take a nuclear blast. But the peripheral areas do present some challenges, and part of what we want to look at then is when we know, okay, this might be actually worth rehabbing, let's spend some money to have a structural engineer come out and actually do much more in-depth plans for us. Before we sink any more money into it, I think the important thing is to know what are our plans. If it's just to demolish it and get the salvage out of it, because there is a lot of salvage. When you look at the cell doors themselves, still in good condition and still fetch a pretty high price tag. There's a lot of copper throughout there, a lot of finishes, furnishings that were in there that are embedded, like in the kitchen area and the laundry facilities. Some of it, if we can rehab for our existing departments, that would be our first preference, obviously, because then we don't have to buy. But a lot will depend on the condition, and we'll have to do additional testing on some of those to make sure there's no asbestos within the laundry, the washing machine and dryer. But yes, we have been looking at that. There's definitely a good core to that building that's very, very sturdy, that if the cost is reasonable to rehabilitate it, there's a lot of advantage to doing that.
And the other piece, too, is that roof is of no value at all.
Yeah.
We're going to have to cross that off. The other part is the mechanical. It goes back into the 60s as well. So we would, not just about the structure, but all of the other components that would have to go if we decide to keep that building, that we'd have to revamp as well.
Most definitely. I mean, unfortunately, the campus overall, we have a similar issue on the roof. We're getting ready to do a bid project for, we got the archives roof moving and being taken care of because of the major problems there. But the rest of this campus is going to need to be re-roofed. And if we were to be keeping the jail, we would include that within that overall bid to get the economies of scale of doing all of the projects together. And electrical is the other problem. I mean, we have electrical issues in a number of spots that we're slowly trying to address. The key is getting that concerted effort to address it properly rather than just run cable overhead, run it, through the T-bar in the ceiling, run it appropriately when it's getting out of the building. If you look on parts of our buildings, you have wires hanging out there that over the years have been done quickly but not necessarily correctly.
And I was quite surprised that this entire facility is a single-phase facility, not three-phase, which We may want to consider that as part of this. If PG&E is willing to do some rehabbing, that they would look to a three-phase system, and all we'd end up with is just a meter, a demand meter load center, a concept which would save us immediately if we could get into a three-phase system. So I hope that it will continue to be part of the discussion.
Definitely.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you. As you know, the supervisors have been looking for office space, so which cell block are you going to put us in? I'm sure that probably makes some people very happy.
Who wants
They keep the bars on the doors.
But what is it, the solitary confinement,
My question is there a difference in the price between rehabbing or tear down for this asbestos abatement specifically?
No, this piece, they have to get that asbestos out because the uncontaminated materials would be in landfill, but they have to have it.
So there's no cost difference?
Yeah, that was why we decided that we were going to bear this cost whichever direction we were going to go. This would be the logical first step.
And there is lead involved as well. That's something to consider, which will be salvageable.
Okay. Further comments? Any public comment?
Hello, Bonnie Newman. Has any discussion or thought or consideration been made for some kind of sheltering facility, a shelter of some sort, whether it be a homeless shelter, an extension for displaced families? I'm just wondering if that is even a part of the composition of this consideration. Or anybody said, hey, maybe we could put a shelter and deal with the homeless problem? Because my thought is also in deciding that might be something that was doable, there must be many, many kinds of grants and allocations for shelters available because it's such a national problem. But that may be a way to, finalize what the building could or would be by tapping into those kinds of funds also. But that's just a thought that I've had for years about the jail. Thank you.
I'd like to piggyback on that. In the last couple of weeks here in San Andreas, there's a gentleman who is now homeless. He's probably in his late 60s, early 70s. He has a cart that he wheels around. I really don't know where he lives as a homeless person. And I just think we're seeing more and more of that. And I really agree with Bonnie that maybe that could be a consideration. I don't know how complicated it would be or legalities or what have you, but I think it's something worth looking at. When I see this gentleman in town and he's lost his home and he's in his late 60s, early 70s, that really concerns me. You know, a lot of us are only a paycheck away from that kind of thing. So I just wanted to share my feelings about it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fry. Any further public comment? Bring it back to the board. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a problem geographically tied to just Calaveras County. This is a major, major topic of discussion at CSAC in all 58 counties in California. There is legislation being addressed right now to provide programs such as this. And I think there was discussion on a prior board of homeless resources utilizing the old jail at one time, but then again it has to be rendered for occupancy, and that's number one on the list. And I think CIO Lutz and my fellow supervisors on that committee are doing what they possibly can, along with our facilities manager, to make this happen as fast as we can, but making sure we're able to afford it and get it completed. So I commend supervisors serving on that board, CIO Lutz and staff, putting this thing forward and keeping the ball rolling.
Chairman.
With that, Supervisor Mills?
Additional point is, I think what the board's eventually going to have to come to a decision about is whether we tear it down, and it isn't just the demolition cost, but what's it going to cost per foot to put something back, versus if we maintain or keep part of the structure in place, but then there's going to be those ancillary costs to keep it functional as well. So those are the hard questions that are going to have to come before the board at some time here in the near future. But this lead and asbestos abatement is going to have to be done no matter what. I spoke recently within the last few days to a Tuolumne supervisor. They are sitting on their last survey over 1,000 homeless. And the average age of their homeless population in Tuolumne County is what? You ready? 9. That means that they have couch kids. That's what it means. So the majority of your people that are homeless, you don't even realize them because they are embedded within other families and other pieces of the community. So just kind of keep that in mind as you discuss the homeless issue. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Further comments by the board? Seeing none, entertain a motion? Or is this informational? Informational. Okay. Madam Clerk? I'm sorry. We can take a break, yes. Correct. We'll take a break, 15 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for returning. Madam Clerk.
So I just wanted to let everyone know that we are experiencing difficulty with our live streaming, so I don't know if anybody in TV land is hearing this or not, but we are unsure if we do or do not have video happening. So there will be a video later if it's not happening now.
Madam Clerk, I know we're on item number 18, is that correct? Item number 19, we will be reserving that presentation pending the arrival of a representative from the contracting company as scheduled for 11 o'clock. Just to give you a little advance warning.
Item 18 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution waiving the requirement described in County Code Section 15.08.130 that a request for proposal be issued by the county to secure engineering consultants or vendors to prepare the Nexus study and designating SCI Consulting Group as the district's impact fee consultant to prepare the Nexus study and fee program.
All right. Again, I'll be taking this item for Mr. Moss, who is in training. So bringing this item that is asking the board to waive a requirement within county ordinance, the Calaveras Consolidated Fire District Board conducted a public hearing on June 22nd to adopt a resolution to approve fire impact fees for residential and non-residential development, and requested that the county take action on their behalf. In order for the fire district to assess an impact mitigation fee, the county had to first adopt an ordinance, which the county did. Ordinance number 2016-0308-03068 added Chapter 15.08 to Title 15 of the municipal Calaveras County Code relating to fire impact mitigation fees. That requires the fire districts to implement a mitigation impact mitigation fee by resolution, and then the resolution asking the board to take action on behalf of the district. So the Calaveras Consolidated did pass that resolution on August 28th, 2017. The district must also agree to pay for a Nexus study and outside counsel review of that study. The cost of the Nexus study and outside counsel review would be borne entirely by the fire district and not passed on to the developer through the impact fees. So if the district then performs all those obligations under the ordinance and the Nexus study is considered defensible, then the county may follow procedures of the Fee Act and adopt a resolution imposing that said fee. The Fire Protection District bypassed normal process that's outlined in code and instead chose to hire SCI Consulting Group to develop the Fire Impact Fee Nexus study. So what it is a departure from the process, although it still meets the requirements laid out in the ordinance, which is basically we just need a Nexus study. In a interest of time, the fire district obviously wanted to speed up that process and get the Nexus study completed. However, because it's laid out in ordinance, it will be necessary for the board to waive the requirement described in Chapter 15.08, which is specifically Section .130, wherein a request for proposal would be issued by the county at the district's expense to secure engineering consultants or vendors to prepare the Nexus study, and instead to designate SCI Consulting Group as the district's impact fee consultant to prepare the Nexus study and fee program via resolution. So again, they've at this point followed all the normal processes outlined in ordinance, with the exception of where it comes to the county issuing that RFP for the fee consultant. They instead chose to hire SCI Consulting to develop that Nexus study for them.
Thank you, Senor Lutz. Supervisor Tofinelli, can I hear from you on this matter? It's your district, correct?
It is my district, and it is Supervisor Clapp.
Okay.
Consolidated covers both districts. I'm surprised, my understanding that Jason, who is the fire chief, was supposed to be here to make a presentation this morning. And if you could give me a couple minutes, I can call him and find out if he's on a call or find out what's going on with him.
I think we can do that. We can table this. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been made aware first thing this morning that local firefighting resources have been called out for Southern California. So that might be the situation. I don't know, but I would have no problem as chair tabling this and trying to get a hold of Chief Young.
Chief Young himself just got a call and had to leave. He was sitting here for this presentation himself. So
okay, why don't we table this for 30 minutes or so, or maybe till after lunch?
How about after lunch?
That probably might work, and we'll find out what the situation is. Any disagreement? Supervisor Mills, you had a comment?
Motion to table. I make a motion that we table that.
Okay.
I think it's not
That's chair discretion. We can make a do we need a motion, counsel? Counsel, do we need a motion to table this?
Yeah, that's Chief Young.
That's Chief Young.
Robitelli is the chief of the consolidated. So.
Do we need a motion to table? Board discretion or a motion? Board discretion?
It is board chair's discretion,
Okay.
however, you certainly can, since there's a motion on the table, move forward with it, have a vote on it, to after
I would second the motion.
Okay. Motion was made by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor Tofinelli to table this matter to after lunch, pending the arrival of Chief Robitelli. Public comment? Seeing none? Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Dr. Alan Yoder, I would appreciate a number on what the amount being awarded is sometime during the discussion.
A number,
I would
sir?
appreciate a dollar amount to be
Oh, a
added
dollar
to
amount regarding this particular item?
what's happening, yeah.
Okay. Maybe we can get that from Chief Robitelli and Chief Young at that time?
Certainly.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We have a motion and seconded. Public comment's been called for. I'll call for the vote. Indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, indicate by saying no. Motion carries 4-0, one absent. We'll hear this matter after lunch. Item 19, CIO Lutz has that gentleman arrived or person arrived yet? We're going to pass item 19. Let's go to item 20.
Okay, item 20 is from Public Works. To authorize the board chair to execute Amendment 5 to the professional services agreement between Calaveras County and Mark Thomas and Company Incorporated for additional engineering services on the Stagecoach Road Bridge project with Diamond 20 subdivision in Copperopolis and increasing compensation by $19,083 for a total not to exceed amount of $342,733.44 and extending the term of the agreement to December 31st, 2018.
Mr. Chair, I think I'm going to have to apologize. I don't think staff are used to us going so quickly through the agenda today. This next block of Public Works, and I don't see anybody from Public Works here at the moment.
Okay, we can table this item too.
Well, I was going to say it might be more effective to then take a break and figure out where Public Works is and get them here, just because we're talking about 3 items coming up.
Okay, let's take 10 minutes and
Sorry about that.
try to determine where Public Works is. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, as you see, we're going through this agenda item pretty quickly. And I know some folks are sitting here for those items that are down the list. We're going to try to get to you as soon as possible. We'll take a break, 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in session. Madam Clerk?
So we are on item 20 from the Public Works Department, and I would like to note for the record that Supervisor Clapp has arrived.
Mr. Krovitz.
Thank you, Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. This is a fairly routine item. As you recall, we have brought before you Stagecoach Road Bridge project, which is a low water crossing being replaced by a bridge that's being funded nearly 100% by federal highway bridge funds as well as state toll credit match funds. We have completed environmental, we have completed design. The board has adopted plan specs and estimates, engineer's estimate of probable cost. We are ready to proceed with construction. This item in front of you today is a contract extension to allow our design consultant to perform design services during construction. So that would be the equivalent of an office engineer. They would review submittals for foundations, they would review concrete mix design for all the structures, those types of services. They have performed admirably on the project, and we see no reason not to extend their contract until we go into construction. This will be the next bridge going into construction next year, so we anticipate having 2 bridges in construction, railroad flat to finish, and then this one starting next year. Questions?
Thank you. Question to Mr. Krovitz. Supervisor Mills.
Good morning. You used the word optional as a quote-unquote optional task on the stormwater. Is this something new that's come up since the bridge project started, or we just chose to do this?
There's 2 schools of thought. Back in 1989, when the state of California passed laws and rulemaking for surface water protection as a result of Clean Water Act back in 1992, construction projects that disturb material, especially where you have surface water flows, be it perennial or seasonal, the projects are required to prepare a stormwater pollution prevention plan. And the 2 schools of thought are that is a responsibility of the contractor, or that's a responsibility of the design engineer. And so we put it in there as an option, and we will make a determination before we bid the contract whether it will be included in the contractor scope of services or in the scope of services of the design consultant. Stormwater pollution prevention plan also will require a qualified stormwater practitioner on site to inspect and make sure that we don't have violations of the plan or violations of our state and federal codes.
Thank you for the explanation.
Further questions of Mr. Krovitz? None from the board? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. We've already had public comment. Call for the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 21 is from the Public Works Department to adopt a resolution to accept the plans and specifications for construction of the Stagecoach Road Low Water Crossing Replacement Project, BRLO-5930039.
Mr. Krovitz.
Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. I misspoke a moment ago saying that you had already approved the plan specs and engineer's estimate of probable cost for this project. This is what this item is. We are required by code to have the board accept the contract documents so that we can proceed with advertising a request for bids for construction.
Thank you, sir. For questions of Mr. Krovitz by the board? Seeing none. Public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back for entertaining a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Public comment's already been addressed. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Item 22 is from the Public Works Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution to change the names of Old Powerhouse Road and a portion of Manual Road.
Mr. Packinger, good morning.
Good morning. Robert Packinger, Public Works. This, a notice of intent was heard last month regarding the name change for Manuel Road, a portion of Manuel Road, and a portion of Old Powerhouse Road. Since that last meeting, we advertised the public hearing in the newspaper. We posted a couple of notices on each road, and our partners in GIS mailed to the residents along the affected portions of the road the notification of the intent to change the name. We received one comment. It's more of a question, a clarification in regards to Manuel Road, and the commenter thought that it was a portion of the road north of State Route 4, and it's actually a portion of the road south of State Route 4 on Manuel Road that's being affected. There have been no further comments in regards to this item.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Packinger? I have a question or two. On the old firehouse manual portion of that road, how many residents, businesses are on that particular location?
No businesses, but I understand that there's 2 residences.
Okay.
Actually, it's one parcel that's affected on that.
All right. And there was no response for the old powerhouse change?
No one submitted anything to us as far as I know.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this?
Dr. Alan Yoder. I live on Old Powerhouse Road, and I don't remember getting a request for comment. I just came to the meeting to ask what will the practical implications of this name change be? I already use Dam Road as my address.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sir, do you receive a publication, a local publication?
If I did, I misplaced it.
Okay. Mr. Packinger, can you address that?
Yes, we've discovered this in the past and tried to address. What's happened is we send the notices to the people that have the addresses on the assessor's information. The megabyte information has the owners of the property. Sometimes the owners are out, and there are people that live and rent in the area, so we try to capture some of those, and hopefully we capture that in the people by posting the information on the roads themselves, so that the people that actually live there have a way to say to recognize that there's something occurring. So we try to get the word out as much as we can. I think that was it.
I don't mind any of that. I saw the posted notice. I'm here. My question is, what are the practical implications of the name change?
Okay.
And I understand the name changes to Dam Road, which is an address I'm already using, so I'm not offended by that.
Okay. Mr. Packinger, could you address that?
Yes. There are some homeowners along there that have a different name, so there's a couple different names being used for the same road. So for this gentleman that's already using Dam Road, he won't see any impact or any change, any effect. For those that are using the different name, they'll have their addresses changed to reflect Dam Road, and there will be consistency for everyone along that road at that point. The county will put up a road name sign on that road that reflects this current change of Dam Road.
Is that acceptable to you, sir?
That works, Joe.
Excellent. Thank you.
There are already 5 names for that road. The post office knows all of them.
Right.
So whatever. But changing the road sign is a very useful thing.
It is. When I was a deputy working that area up there, I had to believe a lot of things. My maps or my GPS, and none of them were right.
Hopefully,
I had to stop and knock on the door sometimes.
Right. Hopefully this resolves that, so that there's no confusion there.
All right. Is there any other public works or public speaker? Sir. Bonnie? You're next, sir.
I think I got the answer to my questions. Is this area in Arnold?
This area is, actually, it's in
hill.
District 3. The firehouse is in Arnold, and the dam road is down on the Murphy's Grade.
Okay, and then it's going to be called the Dam...
Not Murphy's Grade.
Dam
District
Road? What's the road
The
going to be?
new name is going to be
That,
Dam Road.
Dam Road. Okay.
Dam Road.
With
Not,
just... Okay, and when they make those changes, will it affect the house numbers of the people or businesses living there? It's all regulated out, it's all in a sequence already. Okay, thank you.
you're welcome. Sir.
Morning. My name is Craig Hahn. My wife and I are the only address on Manual Road for what's being changed. And I'd like to encourage the board to put this through. North of 4, there's probably 40 or 50 addresses. South, it's one block. We're the only address on it. And every time a UPS driver changes or something else, our product gets delivered at the other end because it's confusing. So changing this, I think, it would help me personally, and would like to encourage the board to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Bring it back to the board. I have a quick comment. The reason that Firehouse Road was chosen was because that particular parcel was the firehouse at one time, prior to its pass. And the current owner, the gentleman right here, done an outstanding job. It's kind of going to be a landmark, I think, for Arnold. So, thank you very much. Any further public comment? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Also move. I'm not supposed to, but I do it anyway.
No rule against it. Second.
Moved and seconded, moved by Supervisor Calaveras, seconded by Supervisor Garamendi. We've been discussing public comment. I'll call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Thank you, sirs. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, apparently we have Chief Robitelli here? No, I don't see Chief Robitelli here.
No.
Okay, that's 1 o'clock. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Item 23 is from the Board of Supervisors, appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. We have 2 applications for 2 vacancies today. The first is for County Service Area, or CSA 12, Golden Hills. The vacancy is for a term expiring December 31st, 2018, and the application received is from Mark Godbout. The second is in a vacancy on the Mental Health Board for a general public member, and it's for a vacancy for a term expiring December 31st, 2019, and the application has been received from Nancy Heitschuh.
Okay. We will be voting on both positions in one vote, as we normally do. Is there any comments by the board regarding the first candidate? Golden Hills. That's, pardon? You good with it? Okay, that's in your district, Jeff? Okay. That's in Supervisor Garamendi's district. He indicates that he's good with this selection. Any further comment? Any public comment? Okay. How about the second candidate for the second position? Whose district is that? Supervisor Tofanelli, any comments? Okay. Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back for a motion on both candidates. Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofanelli. Public comments already been addressed. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous.
Mr. Chair, the Planning Department is the next couple of items, and they have asked for a 5-minute break to set up their equipment.
Okay, we'll be taking 5 minutes, folks. We're moving this. Okay, we're back in session.
Item 24 is from the Planning Department to approve findings for lot line adjustment 17-08 for Shanna Gregory and Sammy and Heather Cox.
Good morning.
Morning.
Gina, Catherine County Planning. Actually, the next three items, 24, 25, and 26, are all very directly related, so we're going to have kind of a general conversation on how they relate to each other, and then obviously you'll have to take separate action. So the beginning of this whole thing started with a lot line adjustment. County Surveyor's Office received a lot line adjustment from two property owners here in Calaveras County down on the west end earlier this year. The lot line adjustment happened to affect properties, two properties that are currently restricted by a Williamson Act. In order to approve the lot line adjustment, one of the provisions that county planning staff had was that they establish new contracts to reflect the new boundaries of the new parcels. So as a provision of the lot line, subsequent to the approval of that lot line adjustment, we've gotten 3 applications for establishment of 3 new contracts. And we'll go ahead and start off with a better explanation of the lot line adjustment. So the lot line adjustment actually is to adjust approximately 2.59 acres south of the Calaveras River from one parcel to the other. The 2.59 acre parcel, a portion of a larger parcel, is currently owned by Shannon Gregory, which is currently restricted by Williamson Act. They've got walnuts on the parcel, and they've currently got a contract number 48, for which they've been under contract since approximately 1971. The 2.59 acre portion of her parcel is virtually useless to her. It is, like I said, on the south side of the river, and having need and desire for that portion of land, the lot line adjustment will actually merge that portion of land with the adjacent parcel owned by the Coxes, for which they are also under contract number 119. So upon application from the Gregory family and the Cox family to reestablish new contracts depicting the new boundary lines of their parcels, we realized that there was a third parcel that was involved with the current contract 119, and that is a 35-acre parcel that is not contiguous to the Cox parcel, that is actually in a Williamson Act contract for a party for which does not currently own either one of the properties. So got a little convoluted, but we will go ahead and clean all this mess up with the actions that we're presenting today. So the first item is the lot line adjustment. The state government code requires you to make specific findings to approve a lot line adjustment for lands within the Williamson Act. All of those findings have been made in the resolution. If you have any questions about those, we can go through them. Otherwise, I'm just going to assume that you understand them all and possibly agree with them. So the lot line adjustment, if approved, again, will adjust a 2.59 acre portion of land from Shannon Gregory and adjusted over to property owned adjacent to that by the Cox family, and that will increase the Cox's acreage under Williamson Act, and with a slight decrease of land under contract for Shannon Gregory. Now, the land that's currently being proposed to be adjusted is not currently in production for Shannon Gregory, so there is no loss of land out of the ag preserve. If anything, it'll be better utilized once adjusted into the Cox property, because they will now have access to the river for their cattle operation. So again, the land is not planted in walnuts, which is the ag production to the north of for Shannon Gregory, but it will be further utilized if adjusted and merged with the Cox property. So the first action is for the lot line adjustment, approving the resolution to allow the lot line.
Okay. Questions by board or staff? Supervisor Mills.
Thank you. So this does mean that they will also gain a riparian water right?
Yes.
Further questions? Public comment? Seeing none, we'll be voting on each individual item.
So the first item is...
County Council, would it be best to vote on each individual item after presentation? And all right. I'd entertain a motion for item number...
should be 24.
24? Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Any public comment on the motion? Seeing none, call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Item 25 is from the Planning Department to disestablish Agricultural Preserve Number 48 for Emmett A. and Russell E. Gregory and approve application 2017-136 by establishing Agricultural Preserve Number 359 for Shanna Gregory.
Okay, so the second action you must take is to disestablish the existing contract for Shannon Gregory, number 48, which was established back in the 70s. Her current ag production is walnuts, for which, according to the annual reporting that she makes to the Ag Commissioner's office, there's a crying out loud. She grosses about $70,000 a year off of the production of her walnuts, which far exceeds the minimum $2,000 requirement we have here in the county for ag production and the Williamson Act. So because of the amount of money that she earns off of that production, the Ag Commissioner's Office and your Ag Advisory Committee have made findings of unique circumstances and have recommended that you grant the establishment of a new contract with the reduction of that 2.59 acre portion of land taken from Gregory and given to the Cox property.
Okay. Questions by board or staff? Supervisor Mills?
Oh, sorry.
Seeing none, any public comment on this issue?
Yes, I just have two questions. First of all, when was the $2,000 limit for Williamson Act qualification established? And is there any move, has there been any discussion about indexing that amount to the cost of living or something like that? Because $2,000 seems like an extremely low threshold to qualify for the benefits of Williamson Act. Thank you.
So the $2,000 threshold was established back when the County Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution to regulate the Williamson Act and Ag Preserve back in the 70s. To my knowledge, there hasn't been any discussion since then of revising the resolution, and I don't see that our Ag Commissioner is present to specifically address. Is he there? Oh, hi, Kev.
Okay. That answer your question, Mr. Cave? Sure. Go ahead, Bill. That's within your 3 minutes.
I'm sorry?
It's within your 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. That slipped out when...
Time's ticking. Okay. All right. Does that answer your question, Mr. McManus?
And the second question was...
Use the mic for me, please, so the folks out here can hear. Thank you.
The second question, has there been any consideration of indexing the qualification amount for Williamson Act land to keep it up to date, because I say $2,000 is pretty low. It may have been great in 1970, but we're several decades beyond that.
Okay. Does planning want to address that, or our Ag Commissioner?
I believe the Ag Commissioner would be appropriate.
Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, Kevin Wright, Ag Commissioner. No, we have not actually, we've discussed it a little bit, but we haven't actually moved any forward with that at all. The 2,000 is still what it is. People with rangelands, some of our areas of our county that really can't support that many cattle, yet they still provide a benefit to the rangeland where those cows may be. So, although logically it might be worthwhile to up it to some extent, but it wouldn't be too much more, I don't believe. That would still be fair. So, but we haven't moved forward with anything.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Last shot.
Okay. At one point in time, the state reimbursed the counties for the loss of income from property tax for Williamson Act land. It's my information that the state no longer reimburses the county for that, so all the taxpayers of the county support the reductions in taxes based on the Williamson Act. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thanks for your consideration.
You're welcome, Mr. McManus. Any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Carried.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. We've addressed public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Item 26 is from the Planning Department to disestablish Agricultural Preserve Number 119 for Marjorie Webster Williams and establish Agricultural Preserve Number 360 for Sammy N. and Heather C. Cox, and establish Agricultural Preserve Number 361 for the Marjorie Lillian Hazard GST Trust.
So when we started looking into the Cox application for a new established ag preserve, obviously we're going to go to the existing contract to see what that exists of. And what we discovered was that it's not just the Cox property that's restricted by Preserve 119, that there's actually another piece of property, a 35-acre parcel just to the northwest of the Cox property that is also included in Ag Preserve 119. Now, at one time, all of this land was owned by Marjorie Webster Williams, but subsequently, throughout the years, the property that is now owned by the Cox family was sold, and for whatever reason, I'm not sure, the contract was never disestablished, and new contracts were not reestablished. So since the establishment of 119, we have been accepting annual reporting of ag production from two separate property owners under one contract. So for purposes of cleanup, we would like to disestablish 119, reestablishing two new ag preserve contracts, 360 and 361 for two different property owners. And please keep in mind that the properties in question actually are part of a larger ag production that actually spans across county lines onto the adjacent county, San Joaquin and Stanislaus County, for which those lands are also in the ag preserve. So both parcels total, if you want to add up the lands that are also in ag preserve in the adjacent counties, they both exceed 100 acres in size, but we did make specific findings of unique circumstances for both because the lands restricted in Calaveras County are both less than 100 acres. So your action will actually disestablish 119 and establish 2 new contracts, one for the Cox family, number 360, and one for the Williams family, under 361.
Question of staff by the board? Hearing none. Public comment.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Bonner Mendez. Part of my family is the Marjorie Webster Williams Family Partnership. And I'm contract 119. We've been in the Williamson Act at that ranch since 1970, 71. And it was news to me that this whole rearrangement came up. We do have 35 acres under production presently, and there are no houses on that property. It's adjacent to Stanislaus, which is adjacent to San Joaquin. We farm the entire operation. So I'm hoping that we will continue with the Williamson Act because it's very much appreciated. As I say, there are no houses. There's no possibility of a house on that 35 acres. So it's only good for what we do, which is walnuts. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Further public comment? Hearing none. I'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion. Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. Public comment's been addressed. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Item 27 is from the Planning Department to adopt a negative declaration and approve an ordinance amending the zoning of APN number 20-031-002 and APN 020-031-003 from unclassified to general agriculture for Mark Bolger, file 2017-075.
Okay, Mr. Maurer in planning.
Okay. So as Diane just said, we've got application 2017-075. It's a zoning amendment for Mr. Mark Bolger. The location of this parcel is up in District 2. It's located off of Banner Road, approximately a half-mile east of the Railroad Flat and Banner Road intersection, illustrated on the map. Aerial photo of the property you can see illustrated there. The project description, as I said before, it's a zoning amendment. We're dealing with 2 contiguous parcels totaling about 118 acres apiece. Currently, the properties are zoned unclassified. The proposal is to amend the zoning from unclassified to our primary resource zone, which is general agriculture, or better known as A1. The current zoning, again, unclassified, in case you're unaware, is an interim zone, which applies to land until more precise zoning is adopted. It's called what we commonly call it as a holding zone. The proposed zoning, again, is general agriculture, which is our primary resource zone, which classifies lands for general farming and ranching practices, more specifically commercial operations. Agriculture is the primary emphasis of the land, and there is a right to farm on the A1 zone, which does not currently exist in the interim zone district, specifically unclassified. The general plan designation in that particular area covers a wide span of land, which is natural resource lands, specifically wildlife botanical. The wildlife designation was applied to this parcel because for the protection of the migrating railroad flat deer herd. which is seen to be sensitive to human encroachment. So the designation is really applied to parcels to eliminate further land division and the creation of residential housing. Loss of habitat, there would be loss of habitat through building and development. Again, the purpose of that natural resource designation is to prevent further land division with the creation of single-family residences, and that human encroachment onto the into that railroad flat deer herd, which could jeopardize it. Farming, ranching, and timber practices are all found compatible along with in that general plan land use designation, as well as the preservation of open space. That's one of the primary reasons for that designation, is to maintain that open space. There is a 50-acre minimum parcel size requirement in that land use designation. Therefore, that would minimize residential development. General plan update also is consistent, even though we're not technically taking it in consideration. It's not really a finding, just so you kind of know what we've already passed out there is resource production. So all of that land in this particular area, upon certification of the general plan update, will be designated resource production. A1 zone, which is proposed, will be consistent in the proposed land use designation as well as the current. So here is a better view of the land use designation. So the pink crosshatch is the wildlife, botanical, natural resource lands. Oddly enough, we've got the yellow off to the west, which is designated as future single-family residential, with some timberland stuck in the middle of that. Under the general plan, we call out all different kinds of designations. Underwater, this is an area that is found to be of moderate to high groundwater potential. There's currently 2 wells on the parcel, a pond, an undeveloped spring, and a tributary to Jesus Maria Creek. As we probably all know, that this area has a very high fire hazard, lots of flammable vegetation, annual grasses, blue oak woodland, mondane hardwood, manzanita, and mixed chaparral. In respect to the high fire hazard, an agricultural operation on the parcel would help to minimize those fuels, which would reduce the fire hazard in this area. Here's just some photos of the property itself. There's an undeveloped spring that can be utilized from livestock. There's a pond on the parcel. Again, there was livestock on the parcel at one time that utilized these watering holes. There's kind of, it's not a real great picture, but there's the tributary to Jesus Maria Creek. And there's a nice photo of the vegetation on the parcel that can be considered a increased fire hazard. Compatibility with the surrounding area is one of the findings that we need to make for consistency. Just so that you know, thousands of acres in that particular area are currently restricted by the Williamson Act, which is what we've just discussed in the prior items on the agenda, and that is further restriction for land to be utilized as agriculture production. In addition to that, there's hundreds of acres for personal size ranching and farming practices going on in this particular area of the county. Zoning in the general area is very consistent: ag preserve, general ag, residential agriculture, along with some rural residential. Here's a copy of the picture of the Williamson Act land in the particular area. You'll see that the subject properties are right in the middle, in the gray with the arrows. All of the green highlighted parcels are parcels that are currently restricted by the Williamson Act in this area. So agriculture operations, there has been cattle grazing on this particular property in the past. There is a contract that the property owner has with a local rancher to further graze the property with cattle. There's a desire to diversify the ag operation on this particular property. There's a potential for grapes, fruits, nut orchards. There is actually, we found that there was evidence of a previous orchard at some time that was on the property. At one time, the county did a comprehensive revision of the ag zones in our county. Some of you probably sat on the board at that time. Back in the old days, we basically had two different designations for agriculture. There was commercial agriculture and there was accepted farming practices and ranching practices. Accepted farming and ranching practices were seen as more of a personal size, small scale operation, where the commercial agriculture definition was really that definition that defined the commercial agriculture operation of exceeding $2,000 of gross annual income, much comparable to the Williamson Act. We actually, through that comprehensive revision of our zoning code, we actually did away with the commercial agriculture designation, or I should say use, and we replaced it with a wide variety of uses that we now see enumerated in our code, which further expand all of the possibilities for agricultural operations. And we've created new definitions with new permitted uses, providing more opportunity for agriculturalists to develop their land and have opportunity for additional retail trade, as well as recreational and educational uses and agricultural services and businesses. As I said before, there's evidence on the property that the property had once had an orchard. We did do a full CEQA analysis. The initial study on negative declaration found no significant impacts to the environment. We did circulate the document, for which we received no comments. And in conclusion, the general ag zone is consistent with the general plan. In addition, it's actually consistent with the future general plan that we've all accepted. It is compatible with the surrounding area. It's actually encouraged by the general plan and the zoning code, consistent with the general plan update, allows more opportunity for utilization of the land, which is designated natural resource. In addition, we will bin protection of wildlife habitat for the exclusion of further residential development, and we will be reducing fire fuels by having that land back in production with possibility of cattle and or other agricultural operations. Your Planning Commission heard this item in a public hearing and unanimously voted to recommend approval of the zoning amendment. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Very good presentation. Any questions of planning by the board or staff?
Question.
Supervisor Toffenelli.
Looking at some of the photos that you provided, is there a structure on this
Is there
property?
a what?
A structure of any type on
A
there?
structure?
Yeah.
There is a residential structure and a small barn, remnants of a corral on the property.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that occupied? I'm sorry.
It was currently occupied. Perhaps maybe the applicant can better explain what the current status is of that residence. But just prior to his purchase of the property, it's my understanding that the residence was occupied by the owners at the time. So the previous owner of the property had occupied the residential structure on the property.
Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, I need to disclose that I've been on this property. How old is this aerial photograph that's listed on your presentation?
Should be 2017.
17? Okay, thank you.
I have one quick question. This property was acquired by the current owner when?
When?
Yes. Do we have that information? Well, we could probably ask the owner that if we have to. Mr. Bolger, good morning. You are the owner of this property?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
July of this year.
Is that the total purchase of the 118 acres?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further questions for staff by the board?
Mr. Bolger, this is the one I was on, right?
No, sir. That is 7250 Oak Lane. That's my current residence. That's over off of Swiss Ranch Road.
Okay.
This is a newly purchased property as of this summer.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm.
Yes, sir.
What I'm looking at. Thank you.
Mr. Bolger, the resident is currently unoccupied?
Yes, sir. Stephen and Annabelle Wolf were the family that owned that for the last several generations. They lived in that residence up until actually mid-September of this year. We agreed in contract that they would have 2 months after the close of escrow to continue living there. So it's got power, water, telephone. It's just not currently occupied.
Would you like to make any statements regarding this property, Mr. Bolger?
Well, since I'm already up here, I think we're making such quick progress through today's meeting. I won't bog us down with any long diatribe. I think that planning's report clearly states the merits of this request for rezoning. So I'll make myself available for any other questions, but I don't think I need to drone on and on after hearing such a thorough report.
Okay. I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do with it?
The immediate future plan is for cattle grazing. It's already been utilized for that for well over 100 years. We've got some fencing that needs mending, but it currently has a 5-wire fence around the vast majority of the property. At this point, the initial soil analysis has come back with some of, if not the best results I've seen in Calaveras County. Of the, say, 24 or so native soil samples I've seen in this general area, this is by far the best. So limitless possibility. My crop advisor with Fruit Growers Lab basically said, pick which crop I want to put in there. It should all be suitable as long as, they're frost resistant.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions of Mr. Bolger? Mr. Mills?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the map. Do you have an easement, somebody else that can transgress across this property to get to some other adjacent? It kind of looks like some of them are landlocked in some ways here.
Yes, sir. There's 2 40-acre pieces. If you see...
To the west?
No, to the east.
To the east?
Yeah, so those 2 gentlemen were the individuals that wrote the letters that are in the board packet. Okay. They access through my 2 APNs to get to theirs, and I also have an easement through theirs to get back to the north section. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just something to be sure it's in the record.
Definitely. And the 2 40-acre parcels to the east were originally part of the Wolf Ranch. Upon the passing of the father, Robert Wolf, the 2 brothers inherited separate properties. Those 2 40-acre pieces went to the brother and were sold.
So it's your intent to use this basically as ag land then?
Yes, sir.
Cattle grazing, crop raising?
Yes, sir. We're looking seriously into hops right now. I've got several friends that have breweries down in the Sacramento area, and there's a shortage for high-quality California-grown hops, so maybe we can fill that need.
Thank you, Mr. Bolger.
Thank you.
Any further questions of Mr. Bolger by the staff or by the board? Seeing none, any further comment by the public?
I have a couple questions. Somewhere in the discussion, a very familiar term was mentioned, and it kind of went right over it. And maybe we can get a complete explanation from planning, and that term is right to farm. And I think there are certain benefits and restrictions and other things available to people when they have that right to farm designation. And if planning could list what right to farm means, I would appreciate it. Second of all, when we talk about agricultural products, and I just need to mention this, if marijuana was going to be grown on this property, if it's my information that marijuana is not accepted as a legitimate agricultural enterprise. And are there going to be any conflicts in the future if one crop or production doesn't work out and want to convert that to growing marijuana? And also, given what we've heard of all the various discussions, all the various proposals with Supervisor Toffanelli's plan, that A1 is going to be the most desirable land to own for the production of marijuana, and is this just the first of many unclassified properties that are going to be switched over to A1, not for cattle grazing, but for...
I'll hear your point of order.
There is nothing in the agendized item that deals with cannabis production at all. When I purchased this property, there was an express intent by this board to ban all commercial cannabis production in Calaveras County. As far as I know, that's still going to happen. You know, these statements made by Mr. McManus they're defamation of character and nothing different. I don't see how this has anything to do with this agendized item.
Thank you, Mr. Bolger.
May I respond?
No. Oh. It's my decision as chair. Mr. Bolger, you're absolutely correct. You'll need to express your opinions minus the cultivation of marijuana regarding this item.
I'm sorry, I couldn't make that out. Your hands in front of your mouth.
You can continue, but do not reference the cultivation of marijuana on this agendized item.
Okay. In general, A1 is going to be considered, if the plan goes forward, as Supervisor Toffanelli indicated, A1 is going to be the primary area for cultivation. And I don't think I'm not disparaging anybody. I'm just trying to put some facts together, and do they fit? Is there something that needs to be looked at? And I still would like the definition or the list of benefits for right to farm. Okay. And I apologize if Mr. Bolger was insulted. I tried to be careful with it.
I understand.
But these are all valid pieces that are sitting out there, and how are they coming together, and is this going to be a pattern going forward?
I understand. In reference to your first item, Mr. Wright, can you define right to farm?
Oh, I actually have...
Or actually planning?
So it's actually part of County Zoning Code, 17.16.015, right to farm, is defined as any legally existing agriculture land use, farming, ranching, orchard, livestock, row crops, food processing, is considered to have the right to enjoy the productive and economic fruits of labor without fear of infringement on this right by encroaching residential or other non-agriculture development on adjoining parcels of and lands in the general vicinity. The right to farm shall take precedence over all other adjoining and nearby land uses.
Thank you. Commissioner Wright?
Yes, I would just like to make a comment on this. A lot of times people say right to farm, the farmer can do anything, but really the important nuance on that ordinance is that it's for encroachment. It protects against a farm that's already established, a farming operation that's established, development coming in and then complaining about the odors and things like that. So it's an encroachment issue where the farm is already established first. That's the most important thing about our ordinance.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Counsel. I would just like the record to reflect that although the state recognizes cannabis as an agricultural commodity or product, certainly local jurisdictions do not, and we've made it clear in all of the various ordinances, the current urgency ordinance as well as all of the various versions of a permanent ordinance that cannabis is not an agricultural product for purposes of right to farm. So just for the record, that should resolve that issue.
Thank you, counsel. In regards to the second inquiry, it's my opinion that those issues brought up regarding potential ordinances that are still to come before this board has not been decided yet, and I see no bearing to have that discussed in this particular agendized item at this time. When that time does arrive, when the board makes decisions regarding those ordinances, that will be the time to discuss those. Further comments? Supervisor Mills?
Well, I think that sometimes we twist the right to farm into trying to define it rather than protect it. And so I think that staff fully understands it is the existing activity, and how do you protect that existing activity from encroachment by residential, and then suddenly the residential deciding you can't do that anymore simply because we're here. So we just need to understand how that whole nuance works, and I appreciate the Commissioner Wright's explanations. I think it's spot on.
Thank you. Further comments? Supervisor Garamendi?
I was just prepared to make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve right now.
Wait a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we have more public comment.
Sorry.
Mike DeLordo, good morning, board. Didn't come here for this, but the one thing that struck me was always in the past, the unclassified was a zone that actually existed, and the use that this property was on for the last 100 years before the zoning code would be something that would automatically be migrated into what he's requesting. So I'm just a little concerned about how we get so official.
I wish things were that simple sometimes, Mr. Yordo. Any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. You have to turn on your microphone, Supervisor Clapp, and I believe
It's all right. It's in my district. Okay, you got it. Thank you very much. I'll second it for you.
Okay. Moved by Supervisor Garamendi, seconded by Supervisor Clapp. We've addressed the public comment issue. We'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk, are we prepared to hear item 19 now?
Yes, I do have the contractor from 419 here. Looking, we have 20 minutes. Peter left the laptop on, so I think we're good on getting that presentation set up.
Okay.
If perhaps Bonnie wants to unlock it and get the presentation set up while I intro it, that would be great.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, depending on how long this item will take, we'll make a decision whether to break for lunch or hear the remaining item, but we'll make that decision after this presentation.
And we are handing out copies of the presentation now.
So just as a note, Mr. Chair, we'll hear item 19 in the next couple minutes. Item 18 was tabled until after lunch. Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry.
So we will be hearing item 19 here within the next minute or so.
That's
Item 18 was tabled till after lunch.
That is correct.
So we will not be, unless you're going to have the study session, those are the only two remaining items we will have.
Okay.
And I think that after lunch.
We'll hear that.
Okay.
With item 19. Madam Clerk, time allotted for this presentation is what, 1 hour?
Yes, it is,
But I
sir.
don't, again, we
Ladies
have
and
about a
gentlemen.
10-minute presentation
Ladies, I can
from
only
our
hear one
vendor.
person at a time.
We have
You
a
can go ahead,
10-minute
Mr. Lutz.
presentation from our vendor. Given the number of people in the public, I don't anticipate a lot of public comment. So we've been trying to more accurately predict times, and it's sometimes hard to predict, and I'd rather err on the side of long rather than short.
Okay, we're going to go to maximum of 12:15 on this presentation, then we'll have to come back on it. We're going to find out.
So I'm going to go ahead and read the title of the item while we're
Go ahead,
finishing
please.
setting up. Item 19 is from the Administrative Office. To the extent required, dispense the competitive bidding requirements in accordance with Chapter 3.28 of the County Code, and authorize the County Administrative Officer to negotiate and execute an amendment to the county's existing agreement with Superion Public Sector LLC for the purchase and installation of OpenGov's Government Transparency Data Connector Budget Module Software License and Maintenance, inclusive of one-time professional installation services, in an amount not to exceed $151,855. Prorated amount for the fiscal year 2017-18 budget is $108,105, and authorize a budget transfer in the amount of $108,105 for the same. Am I not mistaken that a 4/5 vote is required? And a 4/5 vote is required.
All right, well, thank you. And again, before our contractor goes through a brief presentation of the product we're requesting, just by way of an overview, as we worked through the budget process in Calaveras and some of the challenges, fiscal year 17-18 budget cycle was my first for the county. It did help me identify some concerns and inefficiencies in our process. And my hope is, again, to, through policies, practices, procedures, and in some cases, ideally systems, clean up how we do budget in the county to provide greater transparency, greater control, and greater speed at which we do our work. What is most concerning currently, a lot of the work that we do with budget is manual entry. Consumes significant amount of staff time and is error prone. A couple weeks ago, the board will recall my needing to bring an item that was a cleanup item to the board that would be directly attributed to those challenges, where we're relying on ad hoc reporting through our financial system that doesn't always show my office versus what the auditor's office has, the same information, or things get missed or are prone to error through the process. Right now, all of our personnel costs are manually calculated by human resources and the county administrative office, which again is very staff and labor intensive, and also a slow process that allows error to creep in. And that's true when it's for budget purposes. It's also true when we're in the middle of negotiations, where we are now, where we're looking at the impacts of COLAs, where we're looking at the impacts of changes in PERS rates. Those all require manual adjustments that it's easy to miss when you do multiple linked spreadsheets. While I recognize that this request is an expenditure increase request on ongoing expenditures, we've developed a committee to review kind of what the best options might be. That committee was comprised of myself, in addition to some of my staff, the auditor controller, the HR director, and also the IT director, along with some IT staff that support our financial system. And the committee felt that looking at this module and the benefits of acquiring this module outweigh those costs. The committee went through a process. We met with 3 different vendors. Those vendors were narrowed down by their ability to work with our existing financial system, which is really the key limiter, and what value each would bring to the county and what they would provide versus cost. Unanimously, OpenGov came back as the best option, with the best features that would pay for themselves in efficiencies gained. They are also the only vendor they are the only vendor that has some of the unique tools that allow forecasting and personnel management, where you're working within a clear interface with the system. The benefits really would be, it would allow immediate forecasting of personnel costs, both for budget purposes and also labor forecasting in negotiations or other impacts such as purge rates. It would allow us greater control of the process at the CAO's office and the Auditor Controller's office, allow expense and revenue forecasting and historical tracking, and also enhanced reporting. The system has an added benefit that it provides for greater transparency through budget tools and interfaces that could, in addition to being shared with board members, be shared with the public to allow better drill down of our finances and people that have questions. One of the benefits to OpenGov is really they're on the leading edge of trying to provide information that's accessible to the public in a variety of ways. So we were able to negotiate a combined rate with OpenGov, which included the regular budget system, but most importantly for us, the personnel forecasting tool. That alone adds tremendous value to the system and generates significant staff time and savings. I asked the most impacted departments to kind of look at what they spend for some of the pieces, because in addition to the personnel forecasting, that has a report generation tool that will quite literally generate the information for the auditor's CAFR report, the financial reports to the state controller's office, and the budget book. So that information is going to be called immediately from the system, which saves tremendous time. The auditor estimates she spends about 40 to 50 hours putting together the state controller's office, and split between time. It usually takes her 2 or 3 weeks to do it, which about $3,700 in staff time. The CAFR takes about 80 hours to pull together, about $6,000. Outside of that, though, we also have just the day-to-day activities of the auditor's office that would be saved on routine, monotonous types of tasks. They estimate about 10 hours per week, which totals up to about $20,000, $25,000 per year. The tangible savings to the auditor's office is about $30,000. When we look at human resources and the manual calculations with personnel costs, those add up significantly particularly when we're in a negotiation cycle. They also have costs associated with normal budget time. In total, human resources estimates that they're spending about $67,000 a year in staff time. Hour-wise is about 120 hours spent working with costing out new positions throughout the year or changes to compensation. Budget cycles is about another 120 hours. And then, again, during negotiation times, those costs can be significant, but between 10 and 20 hours per week going through forecasting and updating. And then administrative office weekly tasks include reviewing expenditures and looking at those against budgeted appropriations and really outlining the detailing what was requested and put into budget. Forecasting revenues and expenditures is a key function of the office and a critical area where we haven't had great information. and then providing budget scenarios and accurate information to those requesting it, be it board members, members of the public. We also prepare the recommended budget book and the final budget book, each of which consumes around 40 to 60 hours per document, depending on what you're pulling together and how many changes are made through the process. And so our estimate there is administrative office would save about $55,000 annually. Combined across those three departments, our estimate is about $155,000 in staff time, where we're doing manual entries that are prone to errors, and time-consuming where we could be spending that time on far more effective, productive uses on policy updates, meeting with departments, and some of the deeper, higher-level administrative tasks for the county. The additional benefit, I mentioned the transparency tool that would enable the public to get a better idea of the process. We also feel that OpenGov, with their strategic linkage with Superion, who was our financial system vendor, is the best option. Should the board approve this request, we're asking that the bidding requirements be waived, and the rationale is because OpenGov has the strategic alliance with Superion. They make them uniquely suited to meet the needs of the system with the smoothest integration and compatibility with our existing financial system. And that's also reflected in what we're requesting as an amendment to the Superion agreement rather than a new agreement with OpenGov. It's a more seamless transition to the system with, of course, the required implementation time. So with that, again, a member from OpenGov is here to provide a brief overview to the board of some of the key functions of the system.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Tim, and nice to meet everyone. Thank you for hosting me. My name is Greg Balcher. I'm with OpenGov. I'm the account representative for OpenGov for the state of California. And so I've been working very closely with Tim and his team over the last couple months throughout this evaluation, and looking forward to showing you in 10 minutes or so and answering any questions that you may have about OpenGov. I'm just going to go through, I have a slide deck. Typically I would go through the product. I can do that as well if you have any questions or want to dive into the product. With 10 minutes though, what I wanted to do is share with you a couple slides on how OpenGov came together, and then we'll dive into exactly what is being proposed for the county. Really the way we think of it is we're a smart government platform. So we are a solution that's based in Redwood City. We have 1,700 governments, that's cities, counties, state agencies from Richfield, Washington, which is about $2 million a year, to Washington, D.C. and the state of California use OpenGov. Every single one of our customers can speak to each other in our network. That's one of the biggest things about why I joined OpenGov, and what I think separates us is that we only work with governments. Our first customer was the city of Palo Alto. Our last customer is going to be a government, and all we do is we focus on government operations and try to streamline and make you all act more efficiently and effectively. Really, one of the things, these are just some of the counties that we have and some cities that we have in California. Since we started in California, we have more customers in this state than any other state, which is great. One of the things that I wanted to share with you, and I think you might have met Adam Stone, is really one of the things that we pride ourselves on is really having government experts. So a lot of these folks, every one of these folks, are working on our government finance team. So they are former customers. So they're former CIOs, finance directors, city managers who all bought OpenGov for their agencies. They really enjoy using OpenGov. It helped them either communicate to the public or streamline their internal efficiencies. And they actually joined our team to help promote interaction with you all. So that if you have any specific questions on chart of accounts, on payroll, you can ask our team here to help provide what they did for their agencies. And then really, I think this is one of the kind of the summary slide of what we're presenting, and in how OpenGov, why we're in 1,700 governments. We know that, especially with counties, but all agencies, there are a ton of different software systems that you use, and most of them do not speak to each other. With your financial one being Superion, but you have a lot And so what we think of ourselves as is that data platform that you can use all of that data, combine it, and then use it for planning, operating, and transparency. And so the way we do that is by actually integrating with your Superior in one solution, and that's one of the biggest differentiators of OpenGov, is that we do have a very strong partnership with your financial system, in that any financial system or any government that's looking to use Superior, they would bring us in for budgeting, forecasting, and reporting. You know, we're not an ERP or financial system. We sit on top of financial systems as well as non-financial systems and bring all of that data together. By having that automated pull of information out of Superior into OpenGov and combining it in views to the public that, and internally, that will see the kind of cross-data view of what's happening in the county, we believe that that's really going to help streamline your operations. And what we do with that data is really focus on three main things here in kind of the three separate pillars, but really we know it day-to-day crosses every day, and that's really the planning, operating, and communicating. And so really that starts with the budgeting, right? So that's the core focus of this. It's the end-to-end budgeting. What we're presenting is actually being able to have your department owners and whoever are part of your budget process go into OpenGov, be able to ask for their operational expenses, and then have that go and submit up through the workflow, and be able to go and track as you're going through multiple iterations of your budget, exactly what's changing, who's making the changes, et cetera. It also goes hand in hand with our payroll and our personnel forecasting, like Tim was saying, about really streamlining that forecasting process and allowing you to actually use that in labor negotiations, see what-if scenarios, and also long-term forecasting. What would happen if we pass this revenue stream or this measure, right? What would happen in various scenarios? Our budgeting tool allows you to really easily see that and then report against different scenarios to figure out what you want to present. The performance, this is really what you can think of as both today but also long-term. This is really that dashboard view. So one of the, our mission is we power more effective and accountable governance. A part of that is actually giving not just you all, but anyone else within the county. We don't charge per license. We want as many people in the system as you want to be able to go and streamline their internal efficiency. So if that's a police chief, public works, planning, and being able to see their key information, financial and non-financial, all in a dashboard view. And then the open data, it's being able to actually present the story out to your citizens and have them interact with understanding, hey, why did we pass this? How are we tracking against this budget that we've passed, et cetera. So we think of this all comprehensively, and this is all part of the package that we've been discussing. One of the things about our product development process, I'm not going to go too much into this, except to say that the reason we have that government finance team is because we constantly meet and get feedback with all of our customers. The customers are really what drive our roadmap, and we actually do product releases every 2 weeks. So what that means is that we use agile methodology. What that means is that every time if you have a request, say, you want to make the font blue, and 20 other people say that as well, we're going to take that and we're going to prioritize it. And we really want to build the product, and the focus is for governance. That's all we work with. This is kind of the homepage for our budget builder. And the way that the way to think about this is at any point in time during your budget process, you're going to be working on one version of your budget, and as multiple people get in there, you're going to have the budget constantly change. So the first thing that I like to call out here is the budget summary on the left side. And what this represents is that running tally of where you are at any point in the budget process. So that if you want to go and you want to see exactly, 5 days in, you're 3.3 million in deficit, you can actually go ahead and see that. And this is across the entire county, right? So that, Tim, if you ever want to log in or anyone wants to log in, they can go ahead and see this information. And then below, this is where really, everyone has a different term. We call it proposals, decision packages, department budgets. This is where you're going to have all your various proposals that are summing up to what's happening in that budget summary. And each one of those proposals can be linked or tagged to different people with edit access. You can get view access, etc. It's really just a way to have one, software view that allows you to see exactly where you are at any point in the budget process. One key piece here as well, as I don't know if you have 4 or 5 different versions of your budget as you go through from the initial to the final adopted. One of the things that we do as well is, you see here, this is 2018 department requests. You can have as many as you want, so that when you're done with your first pass, you can lock that one down. You can go and share it internally. You can share it internally and and be able to actually understand what's happening in your budget process at any point. This is what an actual budget proposal would be looking at. This is actually the account level budget information that someone can go and input and understand historically what's happening as well as what they want to propose. And you can see that the summary now adjusts directly for their view, so that everyone only looks at what's important for them. This is really the personnel forecasting. This is really what you can use to communicate during labor negotiations and understand exactly, drill it down by your employee, by department, by your detail, anything like that, so you can streamline that payroll information processing as well. One of the things as well is the published budget book. So this is something that, for the county office, we want to streamline the budget book process as well, so you don't have to use Word and PDFs and Excel documents for that. This is really the one solution integration, so that we automate this. So you can have it pulled in every night. The latest actuals will be pulled into OpenGov to help you track how you're performing against your budget. And this is really a dashboard view where it all comes together from an internal perspective for you to be able to go and see your financial information as well as non-financial information as well, based on, in this case, it's a safe and happy community. You can have one just for public works. You can have as many of these dashboards and performance measures as you want. This is from a reporting standpoint. This is a public report, so that you can both keep track internally, but also for your citizens, you can give access to them to understand both financial and non-financial reporting, and it's all very intuitive. You can go and change and drill through. It's all dynamic, and you can click into what's happening in public works, maybe make this a pie chart, download this into an image or Excel. Really up to the citizens how they want to actually interpret this information, but you can craft your story around what's happening. So let's see. We also do mapping. So if you did have a need or a desire to actually include with your financial transparency site, also mapping functionality. This is super popular, where you can go and say, how are you tracking against capital projects over time? Where are they? In this case, it's the size of the capital funding, represents the size of the bubble, and the color represents the type of capital project, as well as, funding sources. If you want to tie capital projects to various funding sources, it's really, again, the purpose of this, these are just examples. These are all real examples from public sites. The purpose of OpenGov is really to help streamline your efficiency. And, you might have this in one system. You might have financial information in another system. We want it all together, and sit on top of that as that OpenGov layer. That's it. Sorry, I sped up there at the end.
Thank you. I apologize. It's that there's a lot of technical information with the system, and I know it's hard to do it quickly, so thank you for that. And again, I know there are other members of the committee. I don't know if the auditor or IT want to provide any comments.
Hi again. Hi, Rebecca Callan, Auditor Controller. So I also just wanted to make sure everyone who's listening to this or watching this knows we as a committee did look at alternatives. We looked at a whole slew of scenarios that would help us. Our financial system is a financial system. It's an accounting system. That's what it's for. And it's a great accounting system. It's not a dynamic budget tool. And as I've been here for close to 11 years, what I've seen, the change in government, is this requirement by the public to have more and more information. We're seeing that board members want to see more and more information, and you want to see it in a dynamic manner. And we have tried our best to try to make our financial system as dynamic as we possibly can make it, but we just reached that capacity. And so there's nothing more that we can do that's going to meet that need. And so what we're doing is struggling. And the administrative office is struggling. My office is struggling to try to get to that end result, which is pressure by the board and the public, and whoever we have to report to, whether it's the state or the federal government or granting agencies. we've reached a limit. And so what's happening is we're having to use spreadsheets and Word documents and PDF and Access and all pivot tables and all of these systems that we're building outside of our financial system to make it work. And that takes more and more staff. It takes more and more time. It's prone for error. And so what I would say is, you know, when I saw OpenGov, I kind of said, well, I don't even know why we're talking about this anymore. This is pretty much a no-brainer. It gives us every piece of what we're looking for, the integration between the financial system and a truly dynamic budget tool. It gives access to the public, which right now the public really doesn't have access. I can put the final budget document on my website, and you can put the board presented budget document on your website, but in terms of, well, where is it today? You know, unless you want to come to my office or go to his office and ask for it, that's the only way you're really going to get it. And we will certainly give that to you, but you can imagine it's not just board members that are asking for that. It's public members. It's businesses are asking for that. Other governments are asking for that. And so that's a lot of time for my office and the administrative office to do that. So, you know, this gives us an opportunity to have, I think, a better communication with the public, better communication with the board, better communication with one another. I think that it's a great tool to help give department heads the necessary equipment to manage their fiscal operations, which some people are not accountants. And so we have built budget reports within our financial system that we've trained those department heads and supervisors to use. But if that's really not their forte, it's still really a struggle for them to understand how to read those reports. And while I completely understand them, I'm an accountant. So if I'm looking at this, there are different ways that we can communicate the same information in a less technical way that might help those department heads and those supervisors make those financial decisions that they need to make. So I think that this is a great tool. I think that, you know, when I looked just at the kind of the costs that my staff are spending and I'm spending, and I look at administration, I look at how many times we're having to come back to the Board of Supervisors because we missed something or overlooked something in the budget process. That's all costs. That costs to the clerk recorder's office. That is cost to the department to have to present that back to the board. That's cost to the administrative office. It's cost to my office. So I think that the bottom line is we've just come to a crossroads, and I think that this is a really great solution for moving on to that next level. That's all I got.
Any other staff comments? I think at this time we're going to break for lunch. We'll return at 1 o'clock. We have we'll make it 1:30, but we need to contact Chief Robitel and tell him it's 1:30. Can we do that?
You asked how many public comments we're going to have on this item?
Yes. How many people intend to comment publicly on this particular agendized item? One?
And then how many Board of Supervisors have questions? I'm looking at, it's only 10 after. If we can conclude this in 5 minutes, we're done, and then we can come back and start afresh with a new item.
Can we conclude this in 5 minutes?
I think to Supervisor Toffanelli's point, if we have one public comment, it depends on questions the board has.
All right, we can continue this presentation. We do have a closed session for lunch that we have to attend also. All right. Any public comments? Al, good morning.
Supervisors, Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. This looks really good, and I really especially appreciate our auditor's comments on it. I'd like to have consideration given. We've hired somebody to look at our entire county organization for the purpose of improving efficiency, which is, of course, tied into the budget. And it might be a good idea, if you haven't already, to get feedback from that expert on this system. And also, I assume that this has been vetted to see its operation in other jurisdictions and how it's been working for other counties or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to board. Board comment? You'd like to go first, Supervisor Mills?
Might as well. To Ms. Gallen, the challenge that you had with Public Works and their financial system and integration with IFAS, do you see this as helping you to resolve that discrepancy? In other words, there won't be a cross-migration problem?
What I see this tool doing is pointing out the areas where we need to spend more time in addressing and cleaning up process. Okay. And I think that that has been a difficult, it's been difficult for kind of departments that have external systems outside of our financial system to understand why it's so important that the financial system is accurate, and that an external system is just an external system. What is the history of record is the county financial system. You can have spreadsheets and other systems and whatever outside, but that does not mean that that's what actually happened. And what I think this does is I think it helps put that into perspective, because I would say Public Works is not the only department that has external systems that they are relying on that don't jive with our financial system. So I think what this does is it helps get us all on the same page. And that is what's going to be important, because when we're talking about non-financial information and non-financial communications to the public and to the board and to all of the stakeholders, it has to go through here in order for all of that to kind of meld together. And so we're going to have to ensure that all of those departments are coming to the table and making sure that that information makes its way into our financial system in order for it to get into this system. And that's how we're going to be able to come together. So I don't think that, for instance, CAMS is we're going to have CAMS interface with here. What we're going to make sure is that we clean up that process and that communication between external systems and the financial system to make sure that the end result, which is here, has accurate information. And I think it will be easier for all stakeholders to understand what their role is in that.
My note was cross-migration of data between departments as being the thing that is taking the most amount of your time.
Yes.
And creates the most amount of errors.
Yep.
And so my question would be to both the CEO and to you is the time to integrate this into the system, how much time do you think it's going to take?
We've looked at kind of using a phased approach because we have, this isn't the only thing that we're working on right now. So one of the areas where we have, there's basically two areas where we absolutely have to get those going, and one is personnel budgeting, and the other one is the budget book for the end document to be presented to the Board of Supervisors. So I think this first budget cycle that we go through this, we're still going to be using pieces of our financial system to kind of what's a good word, to kind of bridge the gap until we just don't have logistically enough time or resources to just implement every aspect of this right now. But we're picking the two most important pieces, and they're going to continue to go forward with those. We just won't be able to use them in the order that we would like to in a perfect world. So we're going to make it work, but we've basically isolated those two areas that are absolutely the areas where we're struggling, which is overall personnel budgeting, because that's an extremely complicated piece, and that budget document, because we don't want to see the administrative office and my office having to then use all these spreadsheets and Word documents and all of this and risk errors again. So those are the kind of the two priorities that we've come together on, and that's the phased approach that we're going to do.
In the longer term, you're going to be seeing some time savings, some FTE adjustments or reallocations, you may want to call them that. But for the short term, this may create some additional demands upon your staffs to be sure it's integrated properly.
For sure, and I also want to say, and I did communicate this with Tim, the dollar savings that I talk about in my office does not correlate to an FTE savings. It means, nor do I think it necessarily means an FTE savings to administration. What I think it means is a shift in us having to do work that we really shouldn't be doing, to working on things that we need to be working on, rewriting policy and updating, our ordinances and resolutions and all of these things that we've been talking about for the last 15 years that we just have not had time to address. So those are the things that we're going to be able to now focus on, which then in turn is going to build efficiencies in other departments. So what I think is over time, we may see a savings county-wide of staff costs, but I don't necessarily think that correlates with I'm not going to all of a sudden wake up a year from now and go, oh, I need one less person in my office.
No, I'm not looking at FTE reductions. I'm simply saying is it would be a change of priorities because you're going to be able to have more time available.
Absolutely.
To do the key things that you're missing now simply because you're in a crisis mode and you're reacting rather than proactive in the responses. I will tell you that in corporate, we were working with dashboards 10 years ago or better. So it's good to see that the government is finally coming to the table. And in dashboards, as you know, it's real time. And so even the data entries that are done this moment are recorded on the dashboard in real time. And so those are key pieces in understanding budgets, budget performance, and so that anybody can look at it and you're not being bothered by 20, 30 people a week asking sometimes might be silly questions, but at the same time critical to them that you can now allocate to a more pressing need.
Correct.
So I just wanted to make those points. Thank you.
Supervisor Tofinelli?
Yeah, I have several questions, and I guess my questions would be geared towards business side of it, since I have a business background. First off, I'm hearing that this company is going to sell us a module, and then they're going to require $61,250 for software maintenance. And then on top of that, they want $46,855 for professional services. And then I hear the auditor say that we're going to have to be doing we're going to be in the process of bringing this on board. So what are we paying $108,000 for if that is not included in what I'm looking at, software maintenance, which I don't know what is, and professional services? Is that not selling us an item and bringing it online for us? I mean, or is it just, if you don't do this, here's your module, thank you very much, and walk away? And then he's asking for another $21,000 a year for licensing and maintenance, and that's for the next 5 years. I guess after 5 years, it goes up, or you have to come back and tell us it costs us more, or buy another module, or what is it that you are selling us here, and what is it going to do to reduce our costs? When I buy a piece of equipment as a business and I expend $151,000 for that piece of equipment and it's supposed to increase efficiency, I want to know what I'm gaining, how I'm saving money by implementing this $151,000. That's the business aspect of it. So I'm confused on what I'm paying for and hearing what the auditor is saying and the CAO is saying about what we have to do. I was under the impression if you're going to sell us this and ask us for this $108,000, you were bringing it online for us. You were here to bring it all online. We weren't expending our people to do that. And then part of this would be bringing the department heads up to stuff on how to use it. So what is it that we are actually paying for in maintenance costs and professional services?
And I can answer those questions, and then obviously if Greg has anything else he wants to add to it. So the software maintenance, that is basically the cost for utilization of the module. So that's your ongoing portion. That's the $105,000 annually, because we're in the middle of the fiscal year. That's why you see the prorated amount of the $61,250.
So it's not 105 over 5 years. It's 105 each year.
That is correct.
Or 108 each year.
105 each year. 108 this year because the second piece is professional services. The challenge with anything this complex is you need to map to our existing financial system. So even though they work with a lot of different organizations that use the Superion product, One Solution, everyone's chart of accounts is different. Everyone's budget book is different. So what that piece pays for is their subject matter experts coming in and actually mapping against our existing financial system database. The staff time on county side involved is time with human resources to go over basically how our salaries are set up, what the different components are. It's my office working through what our budget book looks like. It's the auditor's office working on how she does the CAFR, the state controller reports, and IT to really talk about this is how we've implemented or set up One Solution or the financial system locally. So that is a staff time. It's for a system as complex as a financial system at the heart of the county. It is really a 8-month to 12-month process to get everything going, which is why if we looked at implementing, it has to be a prioritization. It has to be what is our biggest risk right now, what is our biggest pain, and that is the personnel, that is the budget books, that is trying to get the CAFR together. So there's always going to be a professional services component to an implementation of a software system. To your question on what it buys, I completely understand from the business perspective of you're buying the piece of equipment that replaces basically a function. And on a one-to-one comparison in government, that doesn't always work in the same way because that would obviously mean essentially laying off staff or not filling a position. I think the challenge has been, and the auditor kind of spoke to this a bit, is the amount of work across government, just by nature of the complexity of what we do, has increased over the last 15 years. We as a county have taken, I think, a conservative approach that we need to take, which is we don't add a lot of positions and overhead. But at some point then you're trying to find ways that automation can increase your efficiency so you can work smarter and work on those tasks that are being neglected. And I can say from my office standpoint, doing some of these manual entry high time involved tasks do consume time that I feel could be far more productively put toward other use. So it's not in the sense of a dollar for dollar comparison, replace this position with the software as much as augment the fact that we need to peel off these high frequency, high time intensive tasks.
And I would also add, the thing that we're missing in our budget process right now, just because we just don't have the time to put together the type of budget document or the type of narrative that the board needs, is we don't have the ability to really communicate progress. So, what I would say is, when we're coming forward with an item for, for a new software project or for a new capital project or whatever it is, there is not a come back to the board and say, here's how we've progressed. You approved $125,000 on project XYZ, and here's where we're at today, or 5 years from now. You actually have no idea how many times we have bought software or approved capital projects that went nowhere. They went nowhere. We spent the money and they didn't get implemented. Or they come back, 7 years from now and maybe the money gets deobligated. This gives us an opportunity to have those measurement points and to be able to make sure that you have the right information that you can from the get-go or at some juncture in a closer period say, this isn't working or we have a problem. And we just can't do that right now. So I would say, are we going to spend $105,000 and save $105,000? No, but I would say waiting for 15 years to get the purchasing policy rewritten is not helping any of us. And there are many other policies that we either don't have or are so outdated that they're not even in line with the law anymore, is hindering our entire operations from a day-to-day perspective in every department.
Okay, and Rebecca, and you know that we purchased software before, and there was headbutting,
yep.
and we have two different ones going on,
yep.
And so that's my concerns. Is everybody on board on this? We're not going to have headbutting. Well, I'm not using that because it ended up costing us more into where we're at right now.
Yep.
And it was part of what I was going to go into. So it has to be a buy-in from everybody here to make it productive, not just being used here and so forth. And we end up in the same position that we ended up expending
yep.
$600,000, $700,000 or whatever it was.
So I would say that this was a collaborative process in looking at this. My office worked with the administrative office, with HR, with IT, and we all came to the table because we've all kind of reached that point where there's nothing more we can do. I can't do anything more. IT can't do anything more. Admin is struggling, and we've just reached that point where we have to do something. Because we can't offer you the type of information that you need in order to make really good critical decisions at this point.
I'm just looking at the history, as you know.
Oh, I know what the history
okay,
is.
so, all right, thank you.
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Just one quick question. Gary, those are great points, and I'm glad to hear everybody's on board. You guys have other counties on here that are similar in size to ours. Thinking in terms of budget, have we checked with them to make sure our deal is square with theirs? I mean, are we getting a fair deal here when you talk to Colusa and Sutter County?
Yes, and I think Greg can answer in terms of as Greg alluded to in his presentation, they're not a per license fee, they're more a population-based fee based on what population your county is. And I will say, actually, we were able to negotiate a little bit by having the personnel component included in there. I think the original price that we were at was like $115, somewhere around that area. But for us to get to this is a value for us that we feel it's worth the expense, the personnel piece was absolutely essential.
And we've talked to these counties, and it's some of these, Colusa County, for example, is similar to ours. They have, it works for them. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, when we did the vetting, reaching out, that was part of the thing that actually gave us a little more confidence that, okay, this is a solid product because it's not just the San Diegos or the San Francisco counties that are using it. It's the Calusas, the Placers, the smaller counties that are finding this a useful product.
Dennis, you had comments? Supervisor Mills?
Just real quick, if you're in the carpet and flooring business, you use RFMS. That's the software component that everybody uses, and it's successful. So if we're going to attach ourselves to a system, let's be sure that it is successful and that everybody buys into it and that we're going to roll with it. And yes, there's going to be maintenance costs. This will be an ongoing process, changing, reorienting kind of thing that happens. So we can't expect an instant result. I don't even think by the time you get into your next budget cycle that you're going to even be ready to do anything. You'll have pieces of it, but you won't have the total probably for another 18 months. So we just have to realize that it's going to take some time. We're going to have to buckle down, but the ultimate result will be a savings and a reprioritization of where we're going to go, and so everybody can be on that same page in real time, and that's critical. Right now, nobody sees real time, and I get frustrated with that because in budgets, as you know, we're going to go to mid-year, and we don't even really know for sure where our performance is right now because we can't see it.
CEO Lutz, I have a question. On your committee, when you were researching this with our auditor, and did you include the public works people?
At this point, we included all the key users for the financial systems piece. So that was HR, IT, the auditor, and my office. Going out to the departments piece, at this point, that wasn't where our target was, obviously, and I think to Supervisor Mills's point, we have issues with WinCams and just, how it talks to our financial system. But we're also trying to address those as a separate matter because we do need to get those addressed. But for this purpose, this was centered, exclusively around the key users for our financial data and reporting.
Now, my concern is, right now, we have systems that can't even talk to each other, and that's been a problem for 10, 15 years. Is this a solution? And if it is, are we sure that everybody's on board with it?
Well,
and can do it?
The issue is more that the systems can't talk to each other. The issue is that how we use WinCams is entirely different than how every other county who has WinCams uses WinCams. So some of this is going back and readdressing procedures and how WinCams is being used, because the information that is being put together in WinCams is not, it doesn't jive with our financial system. So that in of itself is a problem. If WinCam says that the cost was $50,000, but I only wrote a check for $40,000, then WinCams is wrong, and my system is right because I wrote a check for $40,000. So we have to address that issue in of itself, and then once that, and that's more of a procedural issue. Once that gets addressed, and I think some of this is going to come down with training and some re-implementation points of WinCams, then we can get WinCams and our financial system working together to get accurate information, and then it will flow into here.
Auditor Callan, do you recommend this system?
Yes, I do.
Okay. That's probably the best question I could have asked you. Supervisor Garamendi.
Just one last thing. It bothers me that there's so many redundant or parallel systems running. I know this is, in my opinion, an administration issue and an internal issue, but if it has, at this point, it's rising to a policy issue, and if the Board of Supervisors needs to say there will only be one system, then that's something this board ought to discuss and consider.
And I think that the reason, and for some things, yes, WinCams is there. Really the reason WinCams exists is for cost accounting. That is why it exists. And that really should be the only reason that it's there. It doesn't take the place of a county-wide financial system, but you would expect that the sum of all of the cost components should equal the aggregate in the financial system. So we need to work with them. We need to address that issue, and we have been in discussion with administration. The state controller also has voiced that same concern So I think that that helps give us a little bit of leverage on that. And so I think that based on the conversations that we've had, we will see some changes with that. It's just,
Well,
it'll take some
let's
time.
work it out on the administration side so we don't have
Yeah.
to deal with it from the board side.
Yep.
And I agree. I think, the goal of this committee, I mean, there's a lot of these types of issues. There's time and attendance that we're working to get countywide agreement on. There's the wind cams. I mean, I think wind cams is the most obvious one, but there are other systems like Health and Human Services uses that pose some of those challenges that I think systematically we're trying to go through these, knowing that you can only work through so many projects at one point because you only have so many staff deep to do it. One of the things that I do like with OpenGov is the systems that aren't financial related, though, but have a nexus. I think the fourth slide in on Greg's presentation really illustrates the tremendous value that we can have here, because it sits on top of those systems and allows you to then show not just financial information, which is critical, but it also now starts to drill down to service data. How many people did you serve, which is not going to be in your financial system. But it's extremely meaningful because it's talking about how effective you are.
But we, in the presentation that we had, one of the presentations that we had, it was even, I think there's a police department that uses non-financial pieces of information to help communicate with the public in terms of number of calls and types of calls, and to try to, it's trying to give that narrative outside that has more to do with public service than it has necessarily to do with linking it to, I spent, $100,000. And so that, I think, is also the piece that the public is really wanting to get those answers, whether it's, I think there was a public works department that had used it for road repairs or pothole repairs or something like that. So there's a whole slew of non-financial information that you can utilize this system in order to do that outreach, and that in of itself can also help build efficiencies and help drive the direction of operations.
CIO Lutz, is there a timeline incorporating this system? Should we go ahead with the purchase? I know we talked about a variety of things and stages. Can you give us just a basic?
The timeline and the first priority of the group was to have the personnel piece live for this budget cycle, which would be approximately March. But the remainder of the components was where we have more time with, and that's where we would work through those over the next 12 months.
And we can meet those deadlines? I see everybody nodding their head. I'm going to take you at your word. It might be painful, but we'll do it. Okay. All right. If there's no more comment, any more questions by the board? No. At this point, entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Public comments been addressed. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Mr. Chair, what time will we be reconvening? 2:15?
Yes, 2:15.
Thank you.
Supervisor Tofinelli, can you make the notification to Chief? He's going to be delayed.
Thank you.
2:15?
2:15, back in normal regular session. Supervisor, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, are we adjourning to closed session?
Yes, you are, to hear
We are
item
adjourning
3.
to closed session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, we'll start with our delayed 1 o'clock calendar.
Report of closed session, item number 3, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Personnel matter, conference with labor negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations. No reportable action taken.
Thank you. That was the result of our closed session during the lunch hour. Now, we're going to go back to the regular agenda, and we did have a temporary adjustment, postponement, and that's going to be item 18. Madam Clerk?
Item 18 is the Administrative Office. Adopt a resolution waiving the requirement described in County Code Section 15.08.130 that a request for a proposal be issued by the county to secure engineering consultants or vendors to prepare the Nexus study and designating SCI Consulting Group as the district's impact fee consultant to prepare the Nexus study and fee program.
CEO Lutz, are you going to present?
Yes, I had given a summary before. I don't know if the board wishes me to repeat the summary or not. I know where we left it off was, I'm sorry.
Does any board member need to review the summary given by CEO Lutz?
It was this morning.
Then I'm going to have you do that again.
No problem. So what this item is asking for is it's bringing forward from Calaveras Consolidated Fire District Board, conduct a public hearing on June 22nd, 2015, in order to adopt a resolution approving fire impact fees for residential, non-residential development. So the next step per county ordinance in that is for a fee study to be conducted in order to validate what the fee request is. And that's specifically in Chapter 15.08 of County Ordinance. And that then requires that once the fire district passes a resolution, the board takes action on behalf of the district, in this case Calaveras Consolidated. And then the county issues an RFP for a Nexus study to choose a consultant to basically establish what that fee would be for the impact. The deviation in this instance is Calaveras Consolidated circumvented the normal process in code and instead chose to hire SCI Consulting Group to develop that fire mitigation fee. And what then this would be asking for is to specifically waive the requirement described in Chapter 15.08, where the request for proposal would be issued by the county and instead designate SCI Consulting as the district's impact fee consultant to prepare the Nexus study. And I think the public comment, and I don't know if that gentleman's still here or not, had a question on what the cost was for SCI, and part of that we wanted Jason Robitel, Chief for Calaveras Consolidated, is here to address some of the questions that the board might have.
Before we get into that, I have a question for council. Council, by this action, we are permanently changing the resolution, waiving the requirement described in County Code Section 15.8.130. Is that the situation?
You aren't, you aren't modifying the ordinance or the requirements. You're just waiving this one requirement of county code under the circumstances.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was clear to everybody. All right. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Jason Robitel, Fire Chief with Calaveras Consolidated Fire. Appreciate you bringing this matter to this board. We're excited. It has been a long time coming, as you mentioned the date of 2015. I want to remind the board at that time we were a new fire district, and we were looking at, my task was to look at just kind of how we've done business in the fire service in the past and how we're going to do it moving forward. sold 2 firehouses, 10 fire stations, 10 fire pieces of equipment, 2 fire stations, and restructuring our whole deployment strategy. In that process, we came across that our impact fees have not been updated since 1990, and that the kind of industry standard is every 5 years. So at that time, we approached the county in good faith, and we're trying to get some instruction on how to do this process, because again, no one has done it since that time. We were instructed that we would need to find a consultant. The cost of a consultant, I believe, was $12,500. We went to other districts to see if there would be some cost sharing, and later found out that wouldn't be appropriate because each Nexus study is going to be tied directly to that specific fire agency. So we brought forth an enabling ordinance to allow us to proceed. That was before the board, I think, about a year and a half ago, and at the time it was successful to move forward. So what we're asking is that the district's already incurred some cost, some tax dollars have been used for this effort. We sought out the best consultant that we've had that has a lot of experience doing this throughout the state. So we're confident in the report and the Nexus study that was developed. And I think instead of doing some redundancies and looking for some efficiencies in government, we're hoping that we can use this process and move forward.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions by the board of the chief? I have one question. Chief, what is SCI? Is it stand for a name of a company, or is it just the letter designation?
I do not know if it's an acronym that's
okay.
Directly. I don't know what SCI stands for.
And how did we find this company?
This company, we polled several fire districts and fire departments throughout the state and looked at their impact fees and noticed that there was a consistent, relations between all the studies, and that SCI conducted a number of them. So we thought, with their track record, and again, I can't really speak to their track record, but directly right now, because I don't have kind of all their stats, but they had pages of departments and districts that they've used, so they're very reputable. And we were confident, and the board was confident at the time to proceed with their study.
Thank you, Chief. The chair would like to recognize the chiefs for the various fire districts. Ebbets Pass, Chief Johnson, San Andreas, Chief Bill down there in the back. Of course, Chief Young.
I was blocking his view, sorry.
And I don't know your name, sir. I apologize. Mike Doyle, Chief Doyle. Mike DeOro, okay. DeLoro. And I don't know the gentleman in uniform.
Chief Evans from CAL FIRE.
Chief Evans from CAL FIRE. Thank you. And of course, Chief Jason Robitussin. Thank you very much for coming, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Any further comments by staff, and that does include fire staff, fire chief? Okay. Any questions by the board? This time we'll open it up to public comment. We'll have 3 minutes per speaker.
Hi, Marty Crane. I just have to take a moment to say that we've had many, many opportunities over the years to learn from big fires and little fires and everything around us. And so being prepared is the only thing that we can do to provide options for our people in the midst of big emergencies and disasters. And I always say that if your fire department asks you for money, do everything you can to say yes. Because personally, I looked at the $75 that Central Fire was recently voted on. They couldn't get 2/3 vote, but for $75, that comes to 20 cents a day. I personally would have a hard time calling the fire department to come help me if I chose not to pay the 20 cents, although they want us to call them, the 20 cents a day, because these are fabulous people that would come into my home when it's on fire to save me, save my pets, save my home, save our neighborhood, be the heroes of the day or the month or the year. And so anytime the fire department asks you for money, please try your best to say yes. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further public comment? Any speakers? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any discussion, deliberation?
Mr. Chair, I would move this item.
It's been moved by Supervisor Toffenelli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. Public comment's already been addressed. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 28, Administrative Office. Conduct a study session on a potential ban of safe and sane fireworks in the unincorporated parts of the county.
CAO Lutz.
I told you guys would be tired of me today.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't know how it worked out that I had a lot of items today.
Well, I kind of started you on this one.
Well, and that's why, but by way of a background or summary, why is this item coming to the board today? And I will say this is an item that has been brought, a request that has been brought to me by multiple supervisors in the short tenure that I've been here. And I think the hard part is this is a clearly contentious issue on the use of safe and sane fireworks, primarily because it is a key fundraiser for a lot of the nonprofits within the community. And so what we decided is, one, if the county is ever going to look at doing this, the time to do it is before these nonprofits are making their orders for the year. And so it would have to be around this time or after the 4th of July, sometime before those orders start to get placed. And also at the same time to really garner some of the feedback of, is this the way that we want to go? Are there better options to look out and research that we potentially haven't thought of? And so when I did some research and digging on the sale of safe and sane fireworks, what I found is, roughly fairly even split between the cities and counties. About 49% of California are prohibiting the sale and use. And mostly the ones that are allowing it are through the lowland Central Valley or urban areas that don't necessarily not necessarily large urban, but suburban type of areas. And then on the Sierra Nevada, really the bulk of the counties at this point have implemented bans of the safe and sane, and that goes from Butte all the way down to Mariposa County, where with the exception of a few cities within those counties, the counties and unincorporated areas have banned their use. Now, obviously, one of the challenges to any type of a ban is, of course, being able to enforce the activities of preventing people from using them. The risks on that side could be more response from sheriff, more response from fire. Right now, CAL FIRE does help enforce the ban in Tuolumne County. Part of the reason for this study session, we reached out to both the fire district chiefs, but also CAL FIRE to provide any statistics that they had regarding fire activity, and also to provide some input and comments into this process. And while, again, CAL FIRE doesn't have a position per se, politically I don't think they're able to, it becomes a local, regional government issue. I certainly think that they can provide information on impacts, concerns, and what they might suggest or recommend for the board, but I'll allow them to speak to that piece. The other consideration, when I did do digging, it was kind of surprising to me, quite honestly, that Overall, in the county, I would say the actual fires started that have been directly attributed to fireworks within Calaveras County have been relatively minimal. And a number of the ones that we've responded to have been aerial illegal fireworks under any, it's, only a pyrotechnic operator could be able to be using those fireworks. So I think that's an important consideration, so much so that I started to think I'd be compiling stats for everybody. The statistics don't really bear out very significantly. I think we had 2 in 2016, 1 in 2017, and again, very small scale fires, nothing major at this point. So I think really it comes down to the risk versus benefit of, that there is a risk that a spark obviously would cause a massive fire, but at this point we haven't had that happen in this county. So it's that untangible type of possibility or prevention. So with that, again, I would ask if CAL FIRE might have any comments, or I don't know if the board would prefer doing things in a different order, but I think it would be helpful at least to hear from CAL FIRE on any information that they might have, and then any of our fire districts.
So good afternoon, Roy Evans with CAL FIRE. As Mr. Lutz had alluded to earlier, we have, as a unit, haven't seen significant ignitions due to Safe and Sane fireworks. In the last 3 years, we've only experienced one, and that was an accidental use of that Safe and Sane firework. We do experience a large number of incidents surrounding illegal fireworks, but nothing to the same level as we do with the Safe and Sane. We're here to support and provide whatever statistical information we can to assist you in this study, but ultimately that decision is yours to come to conclusion with.
Thank you, Chief.
You bet.
Are you gentlemen opening this up to discussion at this point?
Your staff, Chief Young, you can speak as long and as hard as you want.
Well, there's 2 districts within Calaveras County that have LRA rating, which is local response area, one being Angels Camp and one being San Andreas. In the SRA, CAL FIRE has a very large presence that they take stance on when it comes to the illegal fireworks, but they get spread really thin every year around July and on January, New Year's Eve. San Andreas proper in itself, we support Safe and Sane fireworks. With that being said, we understand that there's concerns and there's issues, but I think the biggest issue of all is just the enforcement of the folks that are out there that continuously use the illegal fireworks, to which you never hear of any sort of prosecution. You don't hear of anybody being called on the carpet for it. And I know catching them is pretty tough, but hang around here on the 4th of July in San Andreas and you'll get quite a show. It's almost as good as the one they have down at Hogan, with aerial devices. And it's not being done by a company. It's being done by private individuals in their homes and things along that line. I support the fact that there's a number of service organizations that utilize those monies for different projects, helping youth and things along that line that they generate through Safe and Sane fireworks. If you guys are going to follow through with a study, I would encourage you to get as much information as you can. CAL FIRE would be a very good resource, but don't hesitate to talk to the jurisdictions. I know that they sell them in Calco, McCollum Hill, San Andreas. I don't believe that Central allows them. Is that correct, Chief?
We do. We didn't in the past. We changed our position on that.
Okay.
I'll come up and address that.
Excellent. I'll bet you will. And Ebbets Pass. So you have a tough road to hoe. You really do. There's no statistics that's going to back this, as far as I know of, as far as banning these in Calaveras County.
Thank you, Chief.
Question. Hey, Chief Young, does the, I know you do a lot of representing for the Chiefs Association. Does the Chiefs Association have a position on this?
I don't believe they do, and it's not something that's come before that group, but as of this month, I will no longer be president of the Chiefs. I've been in that group for 20 years, and 20 years I've held an office every year for 20 years. And I decided as of this year I want to sit in the audience and point fingers and laugh and have fun. So I think it's something, we've got a good gentleman picked out for that position. I think it's something that could be brought up at the next board chiefs meeting. And we would encourage any of you to be there to bring that forward if you'd like.
This is kind of an unfair question because it's not based on math, so I'm just asking your sort of gut on this thing. There's obviously inherent risks to fireworks in our summer in Calaveras County. Do you think that the risks outweigh the rewards?
I don't know. I guess I would say, I guess we could probably start looking at outlawing cars going down the street with people under the influence of narcotics or other, because that caused the Willow Creek fire, but we're not looking in that direction. If we had statistics backing it that showed that there was documented proof that there's an issue, that would be one thing. I do want to tell you that regardless of what your decision is, I will support your decision. But enforcement on this, I don't know if you've talked to our sheriff or not, but I just don't see, those men and women are overworked as it is, in my opinion. And now you would be adding something else to their lists of tasks to do, and I think it's going to overwhelm the county as a whole.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you, Chief. Chief DeOro.
Good day. I'm Mike DeLordo, Chief of McCallum Hill Fire Department again. I've been a member of the fire department for 52 years. I've been to 3 fireworks-caused fires in 52 years. 2 of them I know were started by illegal fireworks, and I think the first one, although it was a long ways back, I think was started by what later became illegal fireworks because they weren't illegal then. I would stand to say that I think it's a very poor idea to ban safe and sane fireworks for a number of reasons. One is adults usually work with their children with safe and sane fireworks. The illegal fireworks obviously continue even though they're illegal. And they no doubt are being done by lack of supervision. So I think we're a lot better off with safe and sane fireworks with the potential of having adult supervision and developing the knowledge of the young people and make them aware of safety. So I'm definitely opposed to banning safe and sane fireworks. I would point out the other 2 fires that were actually in McCallum Hill that were from, I believe, both illegal fireworks amounted to less than what you can see here, less than this room, less than this area. The third one was a very big one. It was from a bottle rocket, or several, fired from Amador County at Box Beach. That was a big fire. But other than that, it was illegal fireworks. I have been to more car-started fires in the wildland than I've ever been, well, even to illegal fireworks. So maybe you should consider banning cars. So I'm opposed. I would tell you that without violating the Brown Act, I only contacted one board member today when I told him I was coming over here. It was the chair, and it was pretty clear that she agreed that it should not be, and as a matter of fact, she gave me a very long list of what she could be working on. So anyhow, thank you.
So, Chief, Pattern is the fires come from Amador to Mokel. So we should ban them next.
Yeah, we banning Amador County now?
Council, I want to take judicial notice that I did not respond to that comment.
Jeff Stone, the fire chief for Central Calaveras Fire, and I'm also a deputy district attorney with the county. So I have basically two perspectives to bring to this conversation. Central Calaveras Fire, a number of years ago, it's probably 6 or 7 years ago, we did enact a local fireworks ban just for the Central Calaveras Fire District. In our ban, we made possession of safe and sane fireworks an infraction, and we also only banned them during fire season. So we did still allow the use of safe and sane fireworks over New Year's, but we just prohibited them during the summer. The ban was in effect for 3 years. We never received a single complaint or call or ever responded to any violations of our ban. We did have some problems with enforcement, and I'm not sure we'd have the same problems if the county had a similar ban. Our problems were mainly, I employ firefighters, mostly volunteers. They're not law enforcement officers, and so we didn't really have a real mechanism to really enforce a law. We could have put the effort into it, just really simply never came up. But, again, we never received any complaints about people using illegal fireworks. The only complaints we've ever received have always been involving the use of what were clearly illegal fireworks, notably bottle rockets, aerial fireworks, of those things. Then we did have a public kind of outcry against the ban. And about 3 years ago, our board rescinded that. And so we now are back to the status quo where we simply prohibit any fireworks that would otherwise be illegal in the county, in the state, and those things. So what we did instead is we encouraged the community to come to a community picnic at the Mountain Ranch Ballpark. And we, for the last 3 years on the 4th of July, we've done a community picnic. I have my firefighters go there. We do a fire safety standby, and we encourage people to use their safe and sane fireworks on the nice grass, watered, dirt ballpark and enjoy their community park. And this has really turned out to probably be the best solution. Parents there, if anybody has any concerns or questions about safety or whatever, I've got firefighters standing by. In reality, what happens is we get people that they want to enjoy their safe and sane fireworks. They've bought them, contributed to their, the local nonprofits and everything. And what they do is they I'm not really comfortable lighting these, and they'll ask my volunteer firefighters, hey, I see that, you're willing to help. Would you, help me educate my kids in how to safely use that? And that's what we've done. It's been pretty successful, and I'm sure if the county was interested in going that route, I'm pretty sure I stole the idea from Angel City Fire. I think they've been doing the same thing for quite some time, and I'm sure other agencies would be willing to do a similar thing. So that's one option. Kind of switching hats from the district attorney's office. If you are interested in enacting a ban, a couple things that you might want to consider. One is making the possession of safe and sane fireworks an infraction rather than a misdemeanor. If you make something a misdemeanor, what that means is that the maximum penalty that could be imposed on somebody is putting them in jail for either 6 months or a year. If you're willing to stand in front of a judge or a jury and argue that somebody that has safe and sane fireworks is a criminal and should go to jail, then you would want to make it a misdemeanor offense. I think most of these cases that's not the case. Most people would consider this to be more analogous to a speeding ticket. In other words, it's something that we don't want you to do, but the punishment for it is going to be a fine. So that's one thing that I would urge you to consider if you do want to pursue a ban, is making it an infraction. The things that go along with that is infractions are much easier for the judicial system to process. If there's a dispute about whether the violation occurred, it's heard by a judge and not a full jury. And so it enables these things to be processed much faster. It generally means that the district attorney's office is not really directly involved in the prosecution. The person shows up for court just like they would a speeding ticket. They argue their case in front of a judge, and then a judge decides, yes, they did commit the violation, or no, they did not. And if they did, the judge imposes a fine. The second consideration is if you are going to impose some type of a ban, you'll want to give some thought to the process in which the safe and sane fireworks are disposed of. You can talk to CAL FIRE, but for the illegal fireworks, CAL FIRE does have a process for disposing of the illegal fireworks that they confiscate. There are some provisions that allow for them to dispose of safe and sane fireworks, but when I did a quick read of the statutes, it didn't seem to include fireworks that were seized, safe and sane fireworks that were seized by a local authority under their local rules. It seemed to give CAL FIRE the authority to dispose of safe and sane fireworks. For example, if they were confiscated from a seller who was selling them outside of the allowed time period. So just something that you would want to address if you were going to enact a ban. You'd want to make sure there's some mechanism that somebody's responsible and somebody has the money to dispose of that. I'm sure there is some cost to that. So that's my thoughts on the subject. Any questions?
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks.
Chief Johnson.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Mike Johnson, Nevis Pass Fire District. So I figured I would confuse things more by bringing it full circle to a district that has made safe and sane fireworks illegal since, I believe, 2003. We do operate within an SRA and work closely with our partners at CAL FIRE, and they've facilitated over the years, many different collection times where we've collected safe and sane fireworks from folks in our district coming forward and said, oh, I didn't realize it until I saw the posting, or the Amber Alert sign that said we don't allow fireworks in the Nevis Pass Fire District, so on and so forth. So we feel like, echoing the sentiment of my peers today is, we don't have a track record of these fires being started by fireworks, although, we have had this ordinance in place for a very long time. We do have a process in place that takes things from an educational standpoint, if we do have people that are using fireworks, all the way to, having dates with the court in case we have to, cite somebody and have them go before a judge. We haven't had a lot of those. It's more of the educational piece, and people understand that being in the area, such as we are, that any kind of fire ignition source is a very bad thing considering the devastation of our wildfires here in California. And it's a very easy and understandable, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Sorry, as Supervisor Oliveira knows, our numbers swell from a 4,000 population, 20, 25, 30,000 people. We don't anticipate everybody has the local knowledge and understanding of what their vacation rental or vacation home rules and regulations are. So they are understanding once they get that education piece, though. So I thought I'd share that piece and understand, too, that, if there's not a consensus across the whole county, I don't think that's, depending on one way or the other, you do have the ability for your local district to put something in place if there's something specific that works in one area and maybe not in another. So those are some options for you as well, and happy to answer any questions from a perspective of a district that has something in place already.
Thank you, Chief Johnson. I'd like to add, enforcing of the no fireworks in Ebbets Pass Fire District is a constant thing, and we do realize that we have our visitors, especially on 4th of July, New Year's Eve, folks that come from the Bay Area, maybe they're renting a house or it's a vacation home or something. They are using safe and sane fireworks, and they're not aware of the prohibited use in Ebbets Pass Fire. I particularly like the idea of a sliding scale enforcement. Basically, not everybody that thinks they've committed a crime or unknowingly committed a crime needs to go to jail. But the bottom line is, I think Chief Johnson and Ebbets Pass Fire do a wonderful job of taking care of that. There is several calls we get during those holiday seasons of folks using fireworks, even safe and sane fireworks in Ebbets Pass. But I think we've learned how to deal with that, and that call for service on those gets lower and lower. So we're making some headway. So if you're looking, and I would encourage my other supervisors in your districts, if you're looking for some type of solution, let's look at Ebbets Pass Fire. That seems to work for us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other staff or public record or public speaker?
Just real quickly, I was given some information, some statistics from Joel Schwartz representing Copper Fire, and he did an in-depth study for the last 18 years on the 3-day holiday weekend of the 4th, and they said that they had reported 3 vegetation fires. 2 were roadside, which you suspect was vehicle started. 1 was in a residential area. I believe that one I actually witnessed when I was employed there. It was an illegal discharge of a firework off a deck that created a small vegetation fire, and I believe it injured a child trying to extinguish it. So that was, I think, the only cause. So as far as my fire district, our stats are consistent with others where there hasn't been any significant fire. But I do want to commend the board when we're talking about fire prevention and trying to reduce the risk of fires, not only on the 4th, but any kind of potential risk to this county. So I thank you for having that conversation and allowing us to be a part of it.
Jason?
Yes, sir.
Has your board had any conversations about this?
We have not.
Thank you.
Chief, I do have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
And this is probably for all of the staff. We talk about the actual fires, but has anybody had any record on medical aids that would be associated with these type of fireworks?
I do not know if we looked at that data. When I looked at historic, like last year, I don't even believe we ran a call on the 4th, which we were very thankful for. We can find that in medical aids.
I just want to be sure that we're looking at both components and understanding if there's no fires, that there's also no medical aids resolved or revolving around it as well, that it's not just the fire site.
Yeah, we believe the intent of this ordinance was for fireworks and for the potential fire. We can dive into that data if you want us to look as medical and EMS related calls as well.
Thank you, Chief. Go ahead, Jim.
Do you know of any data or any statistics or anything about how many people that don't live in this county or jurisdictions that prohibit it drive to places here that sell it and then transport it back?
I have no idea how to obtain that. Maybe, CAL FIRE, are you aware of anything?
Yeah, I don't know how you would either, but I thought maybe if there was some type of something out there. I'm sure that's just based on what I see around our district. There are some displays, but the amount that seems to be sold is not conducive to what's being displayed here. It's got to be going to Lodi or Stockton. They're driving up here to purchase or whatever. So, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Any other public comments?
I was going to say that was more comment
staff.
from fire districts.
Yeah.
Can I just make one kind of comment on the issue that Supervisor Mills brought up? I think the safety, in other words, the use of the user is one of the real critical components that the state fire marshal looks at in the safe and sane designation. So while, burn injuries and everything, are still possible, even with safe and sane fireworks, I think a lot of the serious risk is somewhat addressed through the safe and sane designation. And of course, the illegal fireworks, they're already illegal, so that's not really the issue we're turning at. In the last 15 years, I'm not aware of any specific firework-related medical calls, certainly in Central Fire's district, and I have not heard of any countywide. But there still is the burn risk, and the sparklers and everything, can do serious burn injuries.
So is this where I say I grew up in an area with M80s tied to batteries going fishing?
What's that?
When I was a kid, we used to tie M80s to batteries to go fishing.
Yes.
It's a different part of the world.
Exactly.
Any other staff presenters? Seeing none, we'll open it up to public comment.
Hello, my name is Sean Paulson. I am the Parent Teacher Club president, also pastor at Copper Canyon Baptist Church. We sell these in Copperopolis, and I would answer the question of how much. I would say 40% of our sales are from people from outside of town. I know pretty much everybody in Copper, and I can tell who's coming up, and they don't live here. So it doesn't mean they're vacationing or using it, but I know that's about 40%. That's my guess. I am obviously here to support it. We spend the money we make from it, and we buy 3D printers. We send kids on field trips. We send kids to science camp. This is one of our major fundraisers for our school PTC. We do a steak and shrimp, which I invite all of you to next year. It's a great event. We made a good amount of money on it, but this is our other big balance. And the reason we have two events is because we don't want to hit our community and everything with all the other things, because we've got Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, soccer, baseball, all of those things. And so we use those two things to fund our parent-teacher club at Copper Elementary. I am shocked, to be real with you, when I moved here, that we actually sell fireworks. As someone who sits in the thing and sells it, it blows me away. So I went to talk to the fire department and ask how many fires have started because of fireworks. And Joel had already beat me to the punch and said 0. And I was like, in 18 years. And that makes sense, because you sit with your kid, you buy it, and it's a safe environment. We actually had Copper have the fire department open up the parking lot, and everyone comes out, sits in their chairs, and lights off all their fireworks, and they go about this high, and it's a great community event. I am obviously here to support it for the financial reasons. And I say that with, right now, my brother's evacuated from his house in Silmar with a fire. So I understand there's danger. We live in danger. But people smoke. People drive cars. So there's dangers all the time. So to limit this and the benefit that it comes from, I would just encourage the supervisors to really consider that, because I don't know if there's anybody else who makes money from it here other than me, but it is used, every single penny. And it is a week's worth of work, and we made it $12,000 last year. So that's a lot of field trip, that's science camp, that's a lot of stuff. So I just want to let you know, from someone who benefits from it, I think it's viable, and I think the data supports keeping it and being sold in our area. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having this study session. I was at the last one a few years back as well. And Gary, the question you asked was exactly the one I was jumping up to ask. But when the statement was made that we sell more than we put off here, they must be going somewhere. Do I understand that they're legal in the valley, like in Stockton and Lodi and Run, but they're not in like Tuolumne and Amador? Is that accurate? So I think, so if that's accurate, then maybe what we're selling here is going there. And And I think I heard someone say, well, we can't know what kind of statistics they have. Well, we know here because we ask our fire departments. So in the interest of being good neighbors, shouldn't we at least know that if we're having a study session? Ask them, are we selling something that you don't allow and then they're taking them there? I don't know, just part of the discussion, that's all. I'm not for or against, I just think I appreciate the study session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Lisa Fabro. I'm from Ebbets Pass area. And actually, I'm kind of amazed. I guess I'm the only voice in the wilderness. I think that environmentally, everything about fireworks is wrong from the time they're made till the time they're burnt off. It seems like everyone here is saying that it's only the only impact is the possibility of fire, and you're confident it won't happen now. But it seems the longer there isn't a fire from it, the more likely it's eventually going to be one. As this summer has shown us, a lot of people lost their homes. And it wasn't due to fireworks, but for sure we need to progress environmentally and ecologically. The whole idea of bombs in the air, maybe that's not what people say when they're doing it, but it's still making that an acceptable kind of environment. The booms that hurt dogs, cats, people, there's just so much negative about fireworks that it's astonishing to me. You guys are talking about allowing them where we've already managed to get them out. Why would we want to do that? That's going backwards. Don't we want to progress? Don't we want to support our people in a better way than fundraising with something that the only reason they're using it for fundraising is to get it back into our schools, back into our localities? It's not okay. Has anyone studied the impact on the Hogan Lake and the waters there that are actually used by people to drink, right? It's bad enough we have boats and people doing whatever, defecating in the water. I mean, this is hard for me because I'm just astonished, like I said. Why would you want to go backwards? That's all I can say, I guess. This is the first time I've ever stepped up to say something. And I guess for right now, I'm pretty happy with what I said, and I hope it made you think a little. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I'm really glad that you guys are addressing this. I realize it's a really hard balancing act. You've got people's right to want to be able to celebrate the way they want to, the way they always have. It's a lot of money raised that goes for good things. And on the other side, there's the fire danger, which I think is 90% of the dangerous part of it. Have we had a fire here from fireworks? No. I personally don't think it's a question of if, I think it's a question of when. And in the summertime, with the combination of the dry, thick wildline, the forest fuels, high temperatures, and the winds, I just think it's something to certainly consider. And I was going to suggest maybe there's some type of compromise. And I think Mr. Stone said it perfectly. If there could be some type of community place, maybe at the fairgrounds or at the airport where we could have some fire protection on hand, then people could go and celebrate, they could sell, make their money, and it's a safe environment. So I'm just really glad you guys are talking about it, and I think it's something that definitely, a lot of ramifications that really need to be thought about. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board or staff for any deliberation or any discussion. This is an informational item study. There won't be a vote on it.
I didn't have any other items to add, I think. Actually, I will say in one thing, I did look at a model that Madera County uses because they have banned in some areas and allowed in others. And actually consistent with what was said here today, they did it along the LRA, SRA zones to differentiate basically anything up in the mountain areas, higher forest fire risk as opposed to lowland grass fire risk. And they've had their challenges, and maintaining enforcement similar to the stories here, and their statistics are similar to ours as well. I just did want to offer that up as another model that is out there that if the board would like to consider kind of that phased approach, you could do it geographically.
Okay. Supervisor Mills.
Yes, just wanted to clarify, I don't think any of the safe and sane actually do explode, do they? They don't go boom or they don't leave the ground. Okay, it's been a while since I purchased any, so I just want to be sure. And just to clarify, I know most of the gentlemen sitting out here know I used to be in firefighting, so I have a personal familiarity with the situation. It's the environmental side. I was thinking about, well, what about the California Air Resources Board? You know, you could take this out in any direction you wanted to, but having the amount of time put into hearing from our fire districts, I think is critical, because they're the ones that are going to face whatever the result is, if it's good, bad, or indifferent. And if you feel that we are adequately addressing the situation with staff and the way that things are being handled now, that's one thing. But if we're not capable of, or we feel we're in a situation where we're going to go into out of control, then that's quite a different story. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills. Supervisor Tofinelli?
Yeah, I'm hearing testimony from the chiefs, the fire chiefs from each district, and it seems to me that we should recuse to them, and whether their board wants to ban them in their district. Each district, they're the ones that deal with it. They're the ones that have the knowledge of what's going on. They have the knowledge of what's happening with these fireworks and if they're running into problems or not. And we already have that where Ebbets Pass has banned it in theirs and Central has, but now they're back on. So I would think it would be individual boards in those fire districts that would have the knowledge to decide whether they would like to have it banned in their district or not.
That's an interesting concept, Supervisor Tofinelli. Once again, in my district, Ebbets Pass Fire, we've had this policy since 2003, I believe. But nevertheless, I think the ability to have each fire district make that determination is probably a pretty good solution to a problem. Maybe we should, Supervisor Garamendi, I noticed you want to make a comment before I make a suggestion.
Oh, yeah, I just, first off, I love fireworks. Always have, but we only do them in the wintertime on the ranch because we don't want to burn it down. We're scared to death of lighting the ranch on fire and lighting the whole county on fire, and Butte Fire really kind of, pardon the pun, seared that into our minds. So, I'm troubled because I mean, obviously these are fireworks and it is hot. We're selling them in the summertime. If we were selling them and everybody just wanted to light them off on New Year's, that'd be awesome. We just have a big fireworks show. But that's not when people buy them, and I understand that people, they expect these things. So in my mind, it's really not a question of if, it's when, and I know someone else said that before. But at the same time, I'm stuck because the fire professionals in my community are telling me not to worry about it. And so it obviously puts me in a kind of scared position. I have to trust the professionals. They've always been straight, and they're the ones who are going to be on the front line. So, I hope that somebody doesn't walk out of here and someone lights a fire with the safe and sane after this, and all the chiefs go scrambling for the door. But I do trust you guys, and I trust your data. So it does put us in a tough situation because I think we're all afraid of fire. But if you guys are saying that we're going to be okay, no guarantees, obviously, in life. There's always somebody who will screw up and light the place on fire. That's a lot to consider. I really value your guys' input. Doesn't mean I don't think everybody ought to do the fireworks on New Year's, though. I think that's a better call.
Any further comments, Supervisor Clapp? Supervisor Mills? At this point, I would probably like to make a suggestion that our fire chiefs go back to their associations, discuss the possibility of enacting any type of local ordinance in the fire district like Ebbets Pass Fire has, and report back to the board. With that information, I think we might be able to at least address that if an ordinance is needed on a county level, or maybe the fire districts would do that. And we'd like to have that information come back to us probably within the next 30 days, if we can, if you'll have a meeting before then. CAO Lutz was correct. If we're going to do something, we have to do it pretty quick. But let's hear from you folks. Any further comments? Thank you, chiefs, for coming out. Thank you, public. Madam Clerk.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chapter as Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
I think we'll start with Supervisor Clapp. Would you like to start?
Yeah, I attended no meetings this month or last month that required funds from you folks to send me there. And I believe this month my Area 12 will be in county, so that won't cost you either.
Okay. Supervisor Mills?
Strange enough, outside of the transit meeting and CMCAA yesterday, took the last 2 weeks off, first time in 3 years.
Wow.
To actually take some time off, so very much appreciated, and look forward to getting back in the saddle here.
Thank you. Supervisor Toffanelli.
I didn't attend any meetings that I charged anything to the county on or used a county credit card. I did attend a transit meeting, Supervisor Mills, and I did attend interviews yesterday, went on all day. It started at 7:30 in the morning, interviews for the Economic Development Director, and we had the chamber involved, and we had Larry Cope from Tuolumne County Economic Development, the CAO for that over there involved, and the CAO, our CAO, and it went very well. We're going to bring two very, very good candidates before the board.
Excellent. Supervisor Garamendi.
I report that I attended the CSAC conference down in Sacramento. It was really an excellent conference, and I think we all should try to attend when we can, because it's very good to meet with other small counties and find out that the problems we face are not unique to us. Everybody's dealing with, everything from FEMA reimbursements. Some counties have much worse than we do to cannabis, fires, good government. It was very enlightening, and I enjoyed it. And that's what I have to report.
Thank you. I, on the 20th, attended the Central Sierra Child Support Committee meeting in Sonora. I am a sitting member on that, along with Supervisor Toffanelli. That is one of the very few committees that is operating pretty good, I believe. I think they're doing a wonderful job. They got 92% recovery rate, which is outstanding for a county, and I'm glad to be part of that committee.
And they are actually paying down their PERS, too.
They did. They're paying down their PERS in advance and still staying under budget, and did not increase their budget. I mean, that's the way to run a committee, an organization.
Can we talk to them? Consultant fees or anything?
I'll tell you, I'm impressed.
Mike and I demanded it. So.
That's right. Yeah, right. That's wrong. We didn't demand anything. On the 27th, I did attend the Agenda Review Committee meeting, and then headed up to Sacramento for the CSAC conference. CSAC is an organization, ladies and gentlemen, that a lot of people may or may not know a lot about. We've talked about it briefly here in our board meetings, but more importantly, they're an organization that is our voice in the state of California and in Washington, D.C. Our involvement as Calaveras County with CSAC has become more engaging over the last 3-4 years. I've been very fortunate to hold that position as a representative. I told you that to tell you this. There is going to be some movement, if you will, in CSAC, and the opportunities we're starting to see for about Calaveras County is starting to rise to the top, if you will. Our board clerk, Diane Severud, being elected to the California State Board of Board Clerks is part of CSAC. They actually enjoy some benefits, and that's very important that she realized that. Our CAO, Tim Lutz, was just appointed a fellow in CSAC. He has been a member of CSAC in Tulare County, and now we're very fortunate to have him as a member of Calaveras County. Once again, our importance is starting to show. At this CSAC convention, I have been approached and requested to run for the executive board of CSAC for next year, not 2018. I'm sorry, not 2017, but 2018. And I've just received an email to be considered for a board chair of our policy committees of my choice. So we're going to be looking at that. I'll be throwing my hat into that. So these trips that folks say that we take, they're not all fun. I'll be quite honest with you. I attended no less than 9 workshops. My day started at about 7:30 in the morning and ended sometimes 9, 10 o'clock at night, because it gives us an opportunity to network with our fellow supervisors from all 58 counties and some representatives from vendors and things of that sort. So it's a worthwhile association. And I'm proud to be representative for Calaveras County, and hopefully when my day's over, that'll continue with our supervisors here. So, staff, do we have any reporting out to do?
I also obviously attended CSAC. I think a couple items of note. One, at the CAO's business meeting, what we discussed and then also came up at Finance Committee is something we're watching closely, and that is HERS is once again looking at their modeling for their for the unfunded liabilities and also their rates of return. And there's a split camp. Some are suggesting lowering that estimated rate of return even further than their last report was, which would directly impact our PERS rates for existing employees. And another thing that they're looking at is the time horizons for their recovery of unfunded liabilities. Right now, like a mortgage, essentially they've mapped it out as a 30-year. They're looking at a 20-year. Those of you that have purchased a mortgage know it's always great if you can get a 15, 20-year mortgage. You pay it off significantly faster, but at a much higher rate. So the concern is, and there's a lot of focus on what that's potentially means to counties should the PERS board adopt those rules. And the challenge has been there's very little influence or lobbying that can be done to kind of change what they decide. Although given the huge unfunded liability issue across the state, I think there's going to be a lot of conversation as PERS meets this month in December and then into January, what that might mean for us. So we're watching that closely on what develops, and I'll keep this board updated because that's a significant concern for our future liabilities. Additionally, while we were up there, I did get an opportunity for us to meet the chair, vice chair, and myself with government financial strategies. I was going to call them solutions, but it's strategies, to talk a little bit about options for the TOT and how if we were to be going out with a measure on the ballot to increase it, what they might suggest. I think we left a little deflated in terms of some of the process and length of time that it might take. And I might suggest, if we are considering the TOT, that we probably need to create some type of an ad hoc committee of the board now to sit down and kind of map that out, since our timelines are very short on being able, we were talking about February, to be able to get something passed by the board to get on the ballot for June.
I would agree on the ad hoc committee, and also including the Visitors Bureau and including Chamber, getting all the resources we possibly can to make this a successful endeavor for the county and its residents and its visitors. Any further comments? Yes, sir. I'll let you talk. I'm going to have you come to the microphone. We're going to give you a very special occasion here. You've been here a long time.
Actually not. That's maybe the issue. I'm just here to follow up on one of the agenda items, and I don't know if it's been addressed or not. And it's the board's approval of a volunteer to join the mental health board. And I don't know if that happened when I was here. I kind of looked at what was going on the internet, so don't know. Did it happen?
Okay, sir, I think we can provide that information. If you'll speak with our board clerk, Diane Severute, she might be able to give you the results of that agenda item.
Yes, the application was approved before 11 o'clock this morning.
Okay, fantastic. I didn't read your agenda sequence properly. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you, sir.
Good day.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Richard,
I'm
before
sorry.
you adjourn, I was going to say, if we are going to do that ad hoc committee, I might suggest if we can get 2 board members now, just knowing we're in December and time, if we could get a...
County Council?
The ad hoc committee and what you're discussing is not on the agenda. So if you're wanting to have a full substantive discussion of what the ad hoc committee would be comprised of, what the purpose is, the timelines and everything else, I would recommend that that be agendized for a subsequent board meeting and bring it, certainly.
Is there any way we can get that done by next board meeting, the 12th? I'm getting dirty looks from both board clerks.
The time period's already passed to put an item on the agenda.
Okay, we're going to have to arrange it. 19th, can we arrange for that? All right. 19th, will that work?
That date's been missed as well. So there, we wouldn't be able to put on the agenda for the 19th.
I was going to say, though, given that the next available meeting would be in January, we're trying to make fewer exceptions to bypassing that, but I think at this point we can at least get it to the 19th.
Let's try for January then. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for attending. Our next meeting will be next Tuesday. Okay.
We need to revisit this because it's my understanding that the CAO said the 19th would be okay.
Oh.
We're trying not to make exceptions, but we can put it in there at this point. I think this is important enough that we want to get the ad hoc committee doing business sooner rather than later.
So we can get it on the 19th agenda?
Yes.
Okay, then I stand corrected. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Our next meeting is going to be next Tuesday. I don't know if we have a closed session yet, but it'll be 9 o'clock here in the chambers for the Board of Supervisors. Meeting adjourned.